Again, another nice do-over in our Shorthorn Bull show. Two bulls that are certainly very comfortable as we ask them to go about the ring, very good down at the ground in terms of their flexibility and agility in their movement. Two bulls that are both extremely long spined, good in terms of how they lay in that shoulder and some extension through that front 1/3. The bull we're going to lead the class with, to me, just has the advantage in terms of overall performance and muscle shape. A bull that's farther along in terms of his testicular development, and a bull that's just got more of that pizzazz or wow factor relative to the bull we've got in the second class. Two really nice two nice bulls to represent this particular class.
Placings in Class 10 Shorthorn Early Spring Yearling Bulls. First, we'll go to entry number 1663. That is CF Great White Height and April 2nd, 23 son of Payweight, exhibited by Kate's Farms, Modoc, Indiana. Second place is entry 3100, the April 7th son of Conviction, named Lucky as a 7, exhibited by Lauren Jarowitz, Lebanon, New Jersey. We're now ready for Class 11, a single entry of Junior Yearling Bulls.
Just a single entry over in our Shorthorn Bull show, but a really good one. One that extremely long spine, carries that back in through a long extended hip, but yet you get behind this particular calf, he's got a lot of shape and dimension down through his quarter and twist. One that relative to his mass and shape that he's got, he's good through that front 1/3 in terms of his shoulder shape and how he sets into that, ties into his neck, back into that spine, and one that offers some center 3rd dimension and capacity, and really good in terms of his testicular development and foot shape. A really nice calf. We'll look forward to seeing him later today.
First place in Class 11 Junior Yearling Bulls goes to entry number 2692. That's Maximum Payday 1206, a January 3rd son of Maxim, exhibited by Cooper Hetrick, Fremont, Ohio. We are now ready to select our junior champion bull and reserve.
Well, again, a nice trio of bulls to represent this division over in our Shorthorn Bull Show, and especially the pair of bulls that are particular class winners. High quality just in terms of foot structure and shape, high quality in terms of their integrity as we ask them to move about the ring. Our class winner out of that first class, one that's striking in terms of his profile, very good in terms of how he ties in from the point of his shoulder back in through his hip. One relative to the bull we've got out our second class winner, gives up some muscle shape and development, muscle shape and testicular development, doesn't have that lower quarter and overall mass that we see in the second class winner. Again, our second class winner, long spine, big footed bull, very free and easy moving as we get him to move about the ring. Lay your priorities where you want. To me, the bull that combines the most good in terms of just overall mass and structure is going to be a bull out of our second class. He'll be your division winner. The young lady out of the first class will be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations, and junior champion bull in our Shorthorn show will be entry number 2692. That is Maxim Payday, a January 3rd son of CYT Maxim, exhibited by Cooper Hetrick, Fremont, Ohio. And reserve is going to be from Class 10, entry number 1663, CF Great White Hype, an April 20th son of Payweight, exhibited by Cakes Farms, Modoc, Indiana. We are now ready for Class 14 Senior Yearling Bulls.
Another single entry class, but again, another good one to represent this particular class. Really like the balance and design in this particular calf, one that's really good in terms of his shoulder, how it sets back in, comes out into a long extended front end, ties that into a long spine out through his hip. A bull, we can set him in motion, very comfortable at the ground as he gets about the ring. Nice representative in this particular class. Congratulations.
First place in Class 14 on our champion senior bull will be entry number 1521. That is CCF Farm Night Vision, a September 20th, 22 son of Knighted Man, exhibited by Ryan Leister, Taneytown, Maryland. We are now ready for the selection of our Grand Champion Shorthorn Bull for 2024. In the ring at this time, we need our late spring bull calf champion, entry number 2128. Our early spring bull calf will be entry number 3472. Our junior bull is entry 1520. Junior champion bull will be entry number 2692. And our senior champion bull will be entry number 1521. Our reserve line will stand as entries number 4804, 4045, and 1663. Ladies and gentlemen, could we please show our appreciation for our champion bull drive in our Shorthorn show.
Folks, let's put our hands together for these bull exhibitors for bringing a high-quality set of bulls. From our calf classes all the way into our older bulls, I think there's some usefulness, quality through each one of them. Cattle that are sound, cattle set down on a good foot, cattle that offer the industry some give and take as we get out here and try to evaluate and select you a champion bull. And again, I always say it's your preference, your breeding program. Ultimately, you're the ones that have to make the decision on which way you go or which your preferences lie in your particular program. I guess to me, as I evaluate bulls and what we do in our particular market, foot quality, structure, number one, and then add some muscle mass and shape and hopefully the paperwork to go with it. And these bulls do that, and I think there's some representatives out here that we can tie to that do a lot of good. I'll show you the two that I like that put the most good together for me in my particular decision. Again, congratulations to these exhibitors.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Keystone International Livestock Exposition. We're excited to get started with your Limousin and Lim-Flex show. First class in the ring will be class 301. These are junior heifer calves. Our judge this morning, Dr. Blake Bloomberg.
Congratulations, and Grand Champion Bull will go to entry number 2692. That is Maximum Payday, a January 3rd, 2023 son of CYT Maxim, exhibited by Cooper Hetrick, Fremont, Ohio. And Reserve will go to entry number 1663. That is CF Great White Hype, an April 2nd son of Payweight, exhibited by Gates Farms, Modoc, Indiana. Congratulations. And also our first place pair of bulls in this show goes to entry number 1518, the pair exhibited by Ryan Leister, Taneytown, Maryland.
Good morning here in day two for me at the Keystone, and not a lot of numbers here in our Limousin show today, but I think the quality here in these first three is very, very nice, and this will be an automatic division and reserve division champion. We'll just talk about the heifers real quickly since they represent a division, and then I'll tell you how we're going to place them. The heifer up in the front here with the white inner udder is really a soft-made, moderate frame kind of a female. I really like the proportionality as you study her from the side. It gets her neck up nice out of the top of her shoulder, really comes into a big sweeping rib cage and got some lower body depth. Like her hind leg construction, this heifer gets out and covers her track well. Top line is good. That heifer's good from hooks to pins. You know, she's a nice calf, but looks to me like she'll make a really nice yearling as well. I think that's a quality heifer there out of the first spot. This heifer in the middle of the lineup here, one that gives you a really unique look from the side as well. She props up with a lot of balance and arrogance as you study her from the profile. I like the way she sets her neck up at the top of her shoulder as well. She's a heifer that moves very good off either end of her skeleton. Get behind the cattle as she is wide and opened up maybe as a cattle on either side of her. She's not, but she's very, very fresh compositionally. That heifer is still really green in her makeup. She's got maybe just a shot more skeletal lift even than the heifer right ahead of her. That's a very, very nice female. I think has a promising future as well. And the heifer in the back, probably the most powerful heifer we've got of the trio in terms of just upper rib shape, pin set, width and dimension all the way through. Very, very stout featured heifer that's very, very bold in her body shape. You know, she's probably not as eccentric in her look as the other two cattle are, but she's very cowy, very broody, and one that's very stout and opened up. So that's a long way to tell you, and I can get a little windy sometimes. These are three very, very good cattle, and I like all three of them. I would probably maybe try all three of these if my kids were into showing limmies, because I think all three of them offer some different things. But we got to place them and we got to line them up. Heifer up in the front is going to be our division champion. Heifer in the middle is going to be reserve. That heifer is going to end up third, but those are three high-quality heifers here that start a fast pace for our show. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Good way to start off.
Well, congratulations over in the Limousin ring. Champion out of Division 1, exhibited by Connor London with CLAC Marley 264M. Second place and reserve division will go to Zoe Baker with Winslow's Buckle Up Girl. And third place in that class, and congratulations, will go to Triton Krishman. Now in the ring, class 304, these are winter heifer calves.
Just a single entry here in the senior heifer calves, but really a nice balanced heifer that props up with some elegance from the side. I like her extension from the profile. Heifer that's really fresh in terms of her composition as well. You know, she's one that still balances up very nicely from the side. So she's uncontested here in this class, and we'll see how she stacks up as we get her back out here. That's a quality female here, though, to represent this group.
Congratulations in class 304 winter heifer calves. First place will go to Travis Sadowski with Fidget. We're now going to welcome in class 305. These will be senior heifer calves.
Very competitive trio of heifers here in our next class, these Limousines, and really all three of them I think offer some quality and some usefulness to them. Heifer that wins I just think has the most to her as you study her in terms of her center body, her rib and her stoutness, her out of her hip. She's a female that's tremendously big-bodied and broody in her design and still moves with some comfort. You want to pick on her, you could strengthen her behind her shoulder just a little bit, see her spine hook up a little differently right out of the backside of her shoulder, but again, she's loose-made, she's big-bodied, she's got a lot of capacity and volume to her. The heifer that comes in second, a little stronger in her top line. I like the way she hooks up in her forerib, a little better than the heifer we have that leads off the class. She's a bit more one-dimensional as you get up on top of the cattle. Study the way her hock sits down to the ground. I'd like to just redirect that a bit, square her up just a little bit from behind in relation to our heifer that wins. I like the pattern, the silhouette, and the balance, though, that heifer brings to the table. It's a good third place heifer. Really sensibly sized, got a very correct look about her. I like the mobility that this female has. She just runs out of feature and extra horsepower in relation to the pair of cattle that beat her in the class. When you climb in behind the cattle, she'll get a little flatter in her design, a little narrower in her pin set, and that kind of matches her foot size and her bone work. But I like that heifer. She's balanced, she's very feminine, she's very fresh. Just need to see a little more lead in her pencil to get around those top two, but a very, very good trio.
Well, congratulations in class 305 over here in the Limousin ring. First place will go to Braylon Schaefer with TSSL BTOM Ashanti 390.04. Second place and congratulations will go to Siddeley Portwood. Third place will go to Kendallin Portwood. Now in the ring, first and seconds for Division 2 of our Limousin and Lim-Flex show.
Didn't have a lot of numbers here in this division, but certainly some good quality. We have that uncontested heifer there out of class 1, and then that class of 3 here in the second group. And we're going to keep those two heifers out of that last class together. I think they match up well, a little more to them than the heifer up out of the single class. So congratulations to those two. She'll be our champion. Young lady in the magenta here will be reserved.
A nice duo to start our Shorthorn female show over here in the Shorthorn ring. Just a set of make-calves. I really appreciate the maturity that they've got just in terms of their projection on how these females will mature from a frame size and maturity. The young lady's heifer, to me, just puts a lot of good together. Just she's the combination heifer, very robust through the center third of her body for her age and maturity. Very comfortable at the ground. She's got some flex in through that hock, down in through her pastern, sets down on a good foot. And still, when this young lady gets her set up, she gives you a striking profile and presence about the ring. I think the young lady's got a nice heifer there. It'll be fun to watch that one move down the road. Nothing to take away from this heifer in second. She's a long spine, big hip type female, carries that out through her hooks to her pins with some length. And again, you ask this heifer to move. She's comfortable as she gets about the ring. Again, nice duo to start the Shorthorn show.
Well, congratulations back in the Limousin ring. Results out of Division 2. Champion exhibited by Braylon Schaefer with TSSL BTOM Ashanti 3904L, and reserve champion and congratulations goes to Siddeley Portwood with TASF Lady Gaga. Now in the ring is class 309. These are summer yearling females.
As we begin our Shorthorn female show, we will start with Class 1 Late Spring Heifer calves with our placings first as 3467, CF Mona Lisa. She is the May 2nd daughter of CSF Long Look, exhibited by Iva Mummert, Waynesboro, Pennsylvania. Second place is entry number 3142, that is DNR Mavis, shown by Wyatt Harnish, Heston, Pennsylvania. Now in the ring we have Class 4 Early Spring Heifers.
Just a pair of summer-born heifers here, but a high-quality pair. We'll talk about them before we name our champion in the division and a reserve. They're a little different in type and kind. I think that makes it interesting to put together. The heifer in the back here is really big-bodied. Sure like the volume and the capacity she's got. Really a big sweeping barrel to this heifer in terms of her underline. Really powerful as you get up on top of her. When you set her in motion, I think she's adequate in the way that she travels. You can probably loosen her up just a little bit on her rear leg, but certainly nothing I think you got to get too aggressive on. She's just a real solid heifer, very cowy, very broody, like her midrib and like her flank. This heifer's got the advantage in terms of look and probably eye appeal here that leads off up here in the front. One that's got a really strong top line, a level hip in her, really sound on the go and for feet and legs. Not as opened up as the heifer behind her in terms of boldness, but I think she's sure adequate in that regard. So I think you can kind of do what you want with these two cattle. The one I like just a shot better is the heifer up here in the front. She's going to be our division champion. Heifer behind her will be reserved. Good pair of cattle.
Well, congratulations back over in the Limousin ring. Results out of Division 3, your champion, exhibited by Alyssa Slimmer of Roughwater Cattle with TASF 11 on 1, 773L. And reserve champion, and congratulations will go to Chet Stem with Flashy Lady 502L. We'll now welcome in Class 312 in the Limousin ring. These are April Junior Yearling females.
Back over in our Shorthorn heifer calf ring over here, nice, 4 nice heifers in this particular class, and then there's some give and take in each one of them. Some things that maybe change about each one of these heifers, but all have some good attributes that we'll talk about. The heifer that starts the class to me is just the combination heifer. She's a heifer that's most comfortable as we set them in motion. She's the most true in terms of her footwork. Heifer that's good up through that front shoulder, in through her head and neck, back in through her spine, sets that into a nice tail head. And then you get behind that heifer, she offers some dimension and top to her. A really nice place to start. A little closer placing for me in second and third. The heifer in second's not cooperating for the young lady today, and I think that's to her disadvantage just in terms of how comfortable she is as we set her in motion. She wants to get up in her top. Not quite as comfortable in that spine, but yet a heifer that's got a striking presence when she gets her set up, and a heifer to me, if she's more comfortable out here, some of those things maybe, those flaws maybe fall away. Young man's heifer here, really nice heifer just in terms of overall muscle shape and dimension. She gives up some of that extension and shoulder shape that we see in the heifers that go in front of her, but again, a heifer that's comfortable as we move about the ring. She's good at the ground, long spine, nice place, and nice heifer for this guy. Young man or lady's heifer that comes out in fourth here, a heifer that's real robust through the center third of her body. She's just not as comfortable as we set them in motion, a little more rigid off all 4 corners, but again, nice class of heifers in this Shorthorn show.
This is another really nice pair of cattle here in the Limousin show. They're very different in type and kind, but we've seen some good ones. We haven't had a lot of big classes yet, but I think the quality's been very good. And this pair is no exception. The heifer up in the front is going to lead off our class, and she does so as you look at her from the side. She's a little more attractive in her makeup. This heifer's got a big hind leg underneath of her that works well. She's one that's really fresh from a composition standpoint. I think she's just a nickel more secure off of her hind leg, and the heifer that comes in second, she's one that really captures a nice silhouette as you study her from the side. She's tucked up in her chest. She's got a neat look about her. Again, big rib cage in that heifer and a nice female. Just a real broody kind of a heifer to come in second. I like her midrib, her softness of flank. She's very cowy in her presence. with that, she just gets a little plainer up and through her front end. I didn't read her getting off of her hind leg quite as nicely as our heifer that wins, but going to make a real functional brood cow, a lot to her in terms of substance and power.
Well, congratulations in Class 312 in the Limousin ring. First place will go to Claire Kessler with TASF looking classy 778 LET. In second place, exhibited by Triton Krishman with SKSW Miss Laney 2323. Now in the ring is Class 313. These are March yearling females.
Nice pair of heifers here, and we'll talk about the differences between them before we give you a placing. Heifer up in the front here, really a deep-ribbed female, very cowy in terms of her design. Certainly like the softness that she has as you study her from her chest into her flank. Looks like she's going to have a nice udder underneath of her as well. A couple things to pick on. I'd like to see her just be a little more secure in the way she drives off of her rear leg. As you watch her go right away from you, square her up a little bit from hock to ground. She's probably not as fresh from a composition standpoint as the one behind her, but I like the broodiness, I like the softness, I like the cowiness that heifer has. I think one that's got a lot of utility to her, and one that's good off of her front end in the way that she travels. The heifer behind her, one that's got a lot of power as you get up on top of her, a lot of spring of rib, a lot of volume to that heifer. Upper rib shape is good, her pin set is good. Probably not as heavy duty in her foundation as the heifer right ahead of her. I do like the squareness this heifer has off of her hind leg, though. I like the agility that she's got. She's shaking down a nice udder as well. I like that about her. So I think there's a good pair of cattle here that has some give and take. I like the gentleman's heifer to win the class. The young ladies here will be second, but a very good pair of yearling Limousin females.
Well, congratulations in Class 313. First place go to Tim Schaefer Show Cattle with HB Whiskey 321L. And second place, and congratulations, Connor London with LJRJ Miss Living Reckless 3566. Now in the ring will be our final class before division. This is Class 314 Junior Yearling Females.
Got a nice single entry here in our next class, a Limousin's very attractive heifer that's really tidy in terms of her design. I like the moderation, the proportionality that heifer has. She's got a good look to her from the profile, and yet she's still comfortable as you ask to get out and go. She stacks up here in our division, but that's a very solid female here as a single entry.
In our Shorthorn show, results of Class 4 early spring heifer calves. First place went to entry number 3714. That is May CLF Flashy Margie, exhibited by Colby 6, New Freeport, Pennsylvania. Second is 4434, shown by Reese 6, New Freeport, PA. Third was entry number 4803, exhibited by Turner Shorthorns, Somerset, Ohio. And fourth is 3130, shown by Wyatt Harnish, Heston, Pennsylvania. Our Shorthorn ring is now exhibiting early spring heifer calves, Class 5.
Again, another class where the quality runs deep, and especially on this top end. I think the heifer, to me, that wins the class, obviously a little farther along in terms of her maturity, but that doesn't take away from the quality in this female. She's one that's good at the ground. She's one that's robust in the center third of her body. She's one that's got some shape, turn as you get behind that particular female, and does all that in a very attractive and neat design and package. A nice way to start this class. Young lady's red heifer that comes out in second. She's not one that just strikes you as she comes about the ring. She's maybe not as highly presented as the other heifers in the ring, but relative to the females behind her in this particular class, she's one that does as much good in terms of quality at the ground, in terms of structural integrity. She's a female that very robust and bold through the center third of her body, one that I like quite a little just in terms of her practicality. Young lady's roan heifer coming out here in third on the profile is one you like quite well. She's one that is really long spine, ties into a nice hip, sets on that neck and shoulder junction extremely well, very feminine and extended through that front 1/3 of her body. She's one relative to our class winners and go 1 and 2. It's not quite as comfortable as she goes about the ring, maybe gives up some of that dimension and overall center dimension that we've got that goes in front of her. Really like the young lady's white heifer as she stands and stands still on the profile, one that's striking in terms of her design. She's good and strong down through that top, lays into a nice shoulder. But with that one, as we set her in motion, she's a little more rigid off all 4 corners. Maybe want to give her just a little more flex at the ground and let her reach out and stand just a little bit further. Same thing with the next heifer that comes, one that's really long spine, one that's got some top and shape to her. Not as comfortable in terms of that spine as she sets in motion, wants to get a little more rigid off all 4 corners again, but a nice heifer that offers a lot of quality and a lot of dimension. And then we get into a pair of heifers that, to me, just need to tidy them up just in terms of their structural and skeletal integrity. Heifers that maybe aren't as comfortable as we ask them to go in motion. Young lady's heifer, very powerful, very bold in terms of her structure, but for me at this stage of the game, maybe just a little quick in terms of her maturity and makeup. Nice class, deep quality all the way through.
Good lineup as we get into these yearling Limousines, and I thought very competitive all the way through. The white-bellied heifer that wins that first class, very fresh, got a unique look about her up through her front end. She's carved out good, got a big hind leg underneath of her, and you know, one that balances up well. We talked about in relation, is there as much of her maybe as some other cattle out here? No, there wasn't as much of her even in relation to her classmate. But I thought her balance and her symmetry and her hind leg construction was very, very good. A good pair of heifers here on the middle class. This heifer, I thought, just a little truer in terms of her movement off of her rear skeleton. A good bodied heifer that's pretty fresh from a composition standpoint still. Really like the big, bold rib cage this heifer's got in her. She's got a nice classmate behind her. It's a little different, but real cowy in her makeup as well. Then a single heifer here out of this last class. Certainly like her freshness, like her look, like her composition. You know, again, like we talked about, similar with the heifer up in front, is there as much of her? No, but I really like her design, her proportionality, and her look from the side. So it's a real good division. I think there's lots of different ways you could probably make a case for and justify doing so. I like the heifer out of the middle class to be our champion, though, in this division. Congratulations to him. We bring this heifer over, and again, certainly like her. There's a lot of things that you can sure appreciate about this one. She's very soft-centered. She's really a little better at the crest of her neck, maybe even than what our champion ends up being. Like to just make her a nickel more secure from her hock down to the ground and the way she sits there in her body wall. So again, do what you want. I think these are all three good cattle. I think the two highest quality ones, though, came out of the same class, and she's going to be our reserve.
Well, congratulations in Division 4. Your champion goes to Tim Schaefer Show Cattle with HB Whiskey 321L and reserve champion. And congratulations goes to Connor London with LJRJ Miss Living Reckless 3566. We're now going to bring in those division champion reserves, and our judge, Dr. Blake Bloomberg, will select his grand and reserve grand champion, Limousin and Lim-Flex females.
Results in our Shorthorn show of Class 5 early spring heifers. First place will go to entry number 971. That is ST Perfect Dreams, exhibited by Jacqueline Thomas, Pikeville, Indiana. Second place is 4374, shown by Reese 6, New Freeport, PA. Third is entry number 4094, shown by Emily Vance of Greensboro, Maryland. Fourth is 3783, exhibited by Madeline Rankin, Centerville, Pennsylvania. Fifth will be entry number 933, shown by Jackson Overbay, Whitesburg, Tennessee. Sixth place was 5280, shown by Jacob Eichenlaub, Mifflinburg, Pennsylvania. And rounding out the class is 3678, shown by Atlee Hoy, Westminster, Maryland. We're now selecting our early spring heifer calf champion and reserve.
Back in this heifer calf division, again, quality all the way through those classes and some give and take in particular a few of those classes. But I think we've got 4 quality females out here to represent this division. Females that have some agility, females that have some structural integrity, and yet do that with some muscle shape and dimension for this stage of the game, and then add that wow factor in terms of some pizzazz and show ring look to them. I think, to me, the 2 heifers that are the combination heifers, the ones that put the most good together for me, are going to be your 2 class winners. Young lady out of your second class, you'll be champion. Young lady, you'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Very, very good Limousin show, and if you would, we got a good crowd, a little better than yesterday. Let's give them a good round of applause, if you would. Or we don't have to, that's cool too, but this is real good. I thought this was, maybe, I mean, I don't know whether there's 20 head, was there 15, I don't know, but they were all nice. You know, they were all cattle that you can sure utilize and do some different things with. I think there's some versatility, and obviously the Limousin and the Lim-Flex division combined, and there's a lot of good in these particular lineup. I'm not going to go back and re-talk them again, and I thought we had division champions and reserves that fit together well from a quality standpoint. You know, again, a lot of you have seen me judge a lot. I don't apologize for using different types, because I think different types or different kinds of cattle can still, as long as they're the best, is what you try to find, and I'm pleased with these as they come back out here. They're not cookie cutter mold. Thing I would say about them all, they're all pretty sound, they're all pretty functional, they all got some broodiness to them, and they're cattle They might be made a little different in some spots, but I think we can sure get behind the fact that they all got some quality. So I got a couple of them that I like. Again, let's give them a nice round of applause if you would. I'll show you the 2 heifers that we're going to make champion of reserve.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion, Limousin and Lim-Flex female here at Keystone International Livestock Exposition, Braylon Schaefer and TSSL BTOM Ashanti 3904L. And congratulations, reserve grand champion, coming out of Division 1. That was Connor London with CLAC Marley 264M. Again, congratulations to our Limousin female exhibitors. We are going to go right into our bull show.
Nice duo of heifers over here in this particular Shorthorn heifer calf class. 2 heifers that offer a lot of quality, 2 heifers that I think are acceptable in terms of their structural integrity and soundness, but some things I'd like to change about each one of them. Our class winner, to me, offers the most in terms of dimension through that center third of her body. She's got the most in terms of hip shape and dimension. She's the widest base female of the 2. She's one that wants to come apart just ever so slightly off those front 2 as you set her in motion, and maybe just give her a little more flexibility and down in through that hock and at the ground, but I think she's acceptable in terms of that. Heifer that comes in second, one to me that gets just a little straighter in terms of her shoulder. Again, like our class winner, maybe want to just give a little more flex in through that hock and at the ground, but an extremely long spined, up-headed type female that looks to me like offers a lot of longevity and production for this gentleman. Congratulations to these 2.
Just 2 Limmy bulls here, so we brought them both in and we'll talk about them. I think it's a nice pair. Again, very different in type and kind. March bull calf here, I really like his athleticism, his comfortability at the ground. Good hind leg underneath this bull. He really gets out and covers his track well. Not as thick and meaty as the bull behind him, more as masculine, but I really think that bull's adequate in that regard. He's got a great look to him, one that's certainly got some balance and some eye appeal. You want to measure him up. The thicker bull is the older bull in terms of shape and power. Spread on the top side of his skeleton and out of his hip. Not quite as secure in the way he sets down on his rear foot. I think a bull that you certainly can appreciate for his muscularity and his power. So it's a nice pair of cattle. Again, depends on what you want to do. You want muscle, you go with this bull. You want look and balance and eye appeal, a little more structural integrity, you probably go with the younger bull. I'm going to side with the younger bull. He's going to be our champion. Older bull's going to be reserved, but that's a very good pair of Limmy cattle. Congratulations to both.
Well, congratulations in the Limousin ring, your champion Limousin bull coming out of our first class and division. That was Thomas & Son Farms with TASF Master Class 862M and reserve champion. And congratulations go to Grant Trevette with ESFC All Eyes on Me 07L. Again, congratulations to all the Limmy exhibitors here at Keystone, and thank you to our judge, Dr. Blake Bloomberg.
In our Shorthorn show, results of Class 8 junior heifer calves, first place went to entry number 2129. that is GCR KWM Mona Lisa, exhibited by Elizabeth Gilker, Saylorsburg, Pennsylvania. Second place was 4801, that is TRNR Rose Lash, shown by Turner Shorthorns, Somerset, Ohio. Now in the ring is Class 9.
Again, a nice trio of heifers with some quality and structural integrity all the way through this particular class. Young man's red heifer is going to start this class quite handily for me. She's a heifer just very striking in terms of her present, very up-headed, ties back into her spine, carries that out through a long extended hip, and then just sets down on a beautiful hind leg, and one that still offers some dimension and some shape as we analyze that female from behind. If you want to get nitpicky on a really good one, we'd maybe like just give her a little more angle from her shoulder down to her knee, but again, that's getting nitpicky on an awful good one. Young lady's heifer comes in second. It's one to me that follows just our class winner just in terms of balance and overall profile. One that's got some structural integrity, but relative to our class winner, I'd like to set her down in that pin setting, make her a little more level out through that hip, and I think that affects the way she moves off those hind two and give her just a little more flexibility down in that hock and let her reach ever so slightly more. And then the gentleman's heifer that's going to round out the class, extremely good just in terms of her overall composition and makeup. She's a bold sprung, a heavy muscled female. She sets down on a good foot and's got some bone work. She's one to me that just gets maybe a little plainer in terms of her makeup, a little more open in terms of those shoulders, but a really high quality set of females in this particular class.
Results of Class 9 Junior Heifer Calves in the Shorthorn Show. First place will go to entry number 3598. That is CF Mona Lisa 410, a January 16th daughter of TRN Omaha, exhibited by Sawyer McGrew, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Second place is 3360, HFA Rebus Fancy, shown by Francesca Bologna, Mechanicsville, Maryland. And third is entry 4800, exhibited by Turner Shorthorns, Somerset, Ohio. We're now ready to select our Junior Heifer Calf champion and reserve.
Well, a nice set of females, January and February females to represent this particular division over in our Shorthorn show. Again, some quality all the way through those. I won't go back through and talk each particular female, but to me the one that puts the most together in terms of structural integrity, look, balance, and design, and still have some muscle shape and dimension. It's going to be our young man out of that second class. He'll be your champion. We're going to keep our class winners together. Young lady, you'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations in our Shorthorn show to our junior heifer calf champion, entry number 3598. That is CF Mona Lisa, exhibited by Sawyer McGrew, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. And our reserve is entry number 2129. That is GCR KWM Mona Lisa, exhibited by Elizabeth Gelker, Saylorsburg, Pennsylvania. We're now ready for Class 12 winner heifers. Again, a nice duo heifers represent this November and December class over in the Shorthorn show. The heifer that's going to win the class to me is just the one that puts the most good together in terms of overall balance and design. She's one that's extremely good through that front 1/3, ties in nice in through her shoulder, back into her spine. If I want to nitpick on that one, we might want to loosen her up just through the center part of her body, let her drop that spine down and be a little more comfortable as we set her in motion. Young lady doing a nice job here, one that she's got a female that is good in terms of her structural integrity,
We maybe just want to change that shoulder shape, set that in a little more, and let her tie back in a little better from the point of her shoulder back into her spine. But again, a long spine type female's got some shape and dimension to her. Will be a nice heifer for this young lady down the road. Another class with some quality from top to bottom, but then again some give and take as we start analyzing each individual female. To me, the one that comes to the front of this class does so in just in terms of structural integrity from the ground up. She's one that sets down on a good foot. She offers the most in terms of trueness as we ask her to move about the ring. She's flexible in that hock. I like the way she sets into her shoulder, back out through her neck, into that spine, and is a heifer that's very robust all the way from the point of her, right behind her shoulder, all the way back into her hip, and just offers the most in terms of dimension and overall power. Like the profile and design of the heifer we've got in second here, very up-headed, ties in nice back into her spine, out through her hip. She's one that when we set her in motion wants to get just outside her skeleton on those rear two, isn't quite as true as setting those back rear two down as we got in our class winner, but a very, very, very nice profile, high design type female and come in second. Then we get in our 4 heifers to round out the class. There's some give and take in each one of these. I think the power heifer, the heifer that offers the most in terms of dimension and shape and true muscle shape, is this heifer we've got coming in third. She's one that's very long spined. Again, we'd like to change her and just give her just a little more flex and extension as we set that one in motion, but I think she's an awfully good heifer to stand in that spot. Young lady's heifer coming out in fourth, really good through that center third of her body. She's one that when we set that one in motion, she wants to get together in that hock, not be quite as comfortable off those rear two, but a very well-designed female to go in that spot. The white heifer is one I struggled with just a little bit. She's very good in terms of her muscle shape and dimension, but for my liking and my own preference, she's maybe just a little quick in terms of her maturity and muscle shape and pattern. One that doesn't read with quite the maternal balance that we see in the heifers in front of her. And then the heifer to round out our class, a high quality female for this young lady, just gives up some of the overall balance and dimension, and we set that one in motion. Again, we just a few things we'd like to change about her and set her down on a bigger, truer foot.
First place in Class 13, Senior Heifer calves will go to entry number 5209. That is CF Rosebud 3125, shown by Audrey Robertson, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Second is 2187, CF Mona Lisa 3131, shown by Michaela Sugg, Alden, New York. Third will be entry number 4422, shown by Reese 6, New Freeport, Pennsylvania. Fourth, 3717, exhibited by Colby 6, also of New Freeport. And fifth is entry number 4784. That's shown by Natalie Davis, Woodbine, Maryland. Sixth place will be entry number 2490. That's Braylon Lukaszewski, Saylorsburg, Pennsylvania. We will now select our senior heifer calf champion and reserve.
Again, another quality division over in our Shorthorn show. A set of heifer that offers some structural integrity, some heifers that offer some shape and balance to them. To me, that two that put the most good together, just in terms of structure at the ground, some flex and agility as we ask them to go about the ring, and still do it in a neat design, are going to be the two heifers out of our second class. They'll be your champion in reserve. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Good morning. We are going to be starting our Junior Prospect Heifer Show. In our first class, we are looking for one entry.
Well, good afternoon to everybody. Again, it's an honor to be here with you and sort through some market shows here over the next hour or so. And as we get started here with our Class 1 and our Prospect Heifers, I think a good way to kind of get the ball rolling. A heifer that's got some look. She's got a nice pattern to her. A female that's got some style and some presence about her. You know, still awfully green and immature at this stage of the game, but I think on down the road, certainly going to make a nice project for this young lady. Congratulations on this class winner.
In our Shorthorn show, congratulations to our senior heifer calf champion. That will be entry number 5209. That is CF Rosebud, exhibited by Audrey Robertson, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. And reserve is entry number 2187, shown by Michaela Sugg, Alden, New York. Also, first place in our summer yearling female class is entry number 2131.
Just a single entry in this class, but a female with some quality, especially as we define her in terms of her muscle shape and dimension. She's a heifer that's big topped. She's got some shape down through her quarter, got a lot of bone structure underneath her, and sets down on a big foot. Just a real nice female to represent this class. Congratulations.
First place in Class 1 of our Junior Prospect Heifer class went to Addison Wagner. We're now on Class 2, and we have 4 entries.
Again, first place in Class 16 Shorthorn Show Summer Yearling Females was entry 2131. That is BEG Miss Laney, exhibited by Elizabeth Goker, Saylorsburg, Pennsylvania. We are now ready for Class 17 Late Spring Yearling Females.
Nice class of prospect heifers over here, and an interesting top three. And I think a guy can do a few different things depending on where you lay your priorities. And I guess for me, the heifer that just reads the most genuine is this loud marked heifer here that pulls out kind of the peach-colored, white-legged one that I'm going to go ahead and use to start. I think just in terms of natural thickness and base width, this heifer's got the most shape. She's got the most spread down her top. Yet she's still deep and soft in her rib cage. You ask her to go, she's sound enough and functional enough there at the ground and gives you a good look. Does she have the hair coat of the heifers that stand 2 and 3? No, but she's still presented nice out here. Again, I just think there's more genuine shape and power and grow in this heifer at the end of the day for me to go ahead and run her to the top. I like the heifer coming out here next, one that's presented highly. She is extremely square built in terms of just her lines. She's big-haired, big-legged. Appreciate those things about her. She does read a little quicker to me. You study this one from hock to ground and knee to ground. You know, maybe not quite as much grow, a little slower growing type of heifer than the one that we used to start with. Love her presentation, love her squareness of hip. I do read her to be just a little narrower and flatter than that class winner as she goes away from me. But at the same time, I think there's still a little more power and dimension in her than the red and white one coming out here next. I like the heifer in third in terms of her pattern. She's good in her line. She's attractive. She's real correct there at the ground. She, of these first three, is the lightest muscled one that we've got. Just reads a little flatter, little plainer when you get in behind these cattle. I like her advantages in terms of just structure and presence out here in the ring to keep her in that third hole over the one that we conclude the class with. Our young man's red and white one that we're going to round out probably does have a shot more shape, turn to her lower quarter, just doesn't have the balance and the structural integrity for me to get her up any higher out here today. Really nice class, challenging top three. Congratulations.
Results of Class 2 of our Prospect Heifer Show. First place goes to Kayla Lippert. Second place to Brody Yeager. Third place to Avery Pollock. And fourth.
Nice group of females over in our Shorthorn ring. I think the combination heifer is a young man's roan looking heifer that is going to lead our class. She's one just in terms of structural integrity and build at the ground. I think offers the most quality. She's got some flexibility in that hock down in through her pasture and sets down on a good foot. She She's robust through that center third of her body, good out from hooks to pins. She's one I admittedly would like to tone her back just in terms of her condition and down in through her brisket, make her a little more elegant through that front 1/3, but we're at that stage of the game where we're keeping those heifers fresh and clean gets harder and harder, but I think she offers the most quality. Really like the robust feature of the heifer that comes in second. She's good in terms of that top shape and dimension, really good as we go down in through her quarter, sets down on a big leg and bone. She's one relative to our class winner, I think is not quite as flexible and comfortable at the ground, but she's certainly adequate for me. A really nice heifer to put in this second hole. And then we get into a trio of heifers to round out our class. They're all good in their own right. Heifers to me that I'd like to just change in terms of their structure at the ground. Heifers that maybe just don't get out and move with the comfort that we've seen our two class winners, like them to reach just a little bit longer. Very big, bold, robust female that stands in front of me here. She's got some shape. Maybe just set her down in that tail head and give her a little more flex off that rear hock. Heifer coming out next gets a little bolder at the point of her shoulder. Doesn't lay in it's nice and flat and neat as in that shoulder as we have the heifers in front of her. One that maybe just comes up a nickel short in terms of her stride as we ask her about to move out the ring. And the young lady's heifer rounding out our class just gives up some of the overall balance and power that we've got in the females in front of her.
Back over here in the prospect heifer ring, another nice pair of them. This gray heifer that I'm going to use to start with, though, I think wins rather handily. Just a really unique female in terms of her stoutness, her boldness, yet she's still good at the ground, gives you a good look. You know, I'll extend some compliments to the fitting crew back there trying to get some paint to match on that one. I'm sure that was a challenge, but I think you did about as good as you could do there, trying to get that gray to kind of match in. So that's a really, really nice female. Again, you get in behind these cattle, she's wide top, she's stout hip, she's got some base width, and couples that with a real impressive look and some balance out here in this lineup. I like the young lady's black heifer. I think just from a fundamentals of being good structured and flexible, long-bodied, attractive, all those things fit together really, really well. She just gets a little outpowered by the one that wins. The heifer that wins has got more shape than her, got more turn to her stifle. She's wider set in her pins, more spread down the upper part of her skeleton. Nice pair of cattle there to round out this class. Congratulations.
In our Shorthorn show, results of Class 17, the late spring yearling female class. First place went to entry number 3281. That is LSF Cover Girl, exhibited by Grant Trivet, Jonesboro, Tennessee. Second place went to entry number 4433, exhibited by Colby 6, New Freeport, PA. Third was 4431, shown by Reese 6, also from New Freeport. Fourth is entry 3155, shown by Wyatt Harnish, Heston, Pennsylvania. Fifth was entry 407, that is Kenzie Peisel, Accident, Maryland. And so now we are ready for the selection of our intermediate champion female and reserve.
Results of our Class 3 Prospect Heifer class. First place went to Carly Berkheimer. Second place to Aubrey Meisinger. We are now ready to select our champion prospect heifer.
Not a lot of numbers here in our Prospect Heifer show, but again, I think the quality was pretty deep in each and every class. There was a comfortable place to go for me out here today. Again, I think as we get down to it, to pick you a champion in reserve, for me there's a pair of cattle that I think are genuine. They've got some grow, they've got some dimension to them. They've got some body and some rib to be some easy feeding type of cattle. I think in regards to whatever environment they may so be in. Not sure where each and every one of them's kind of end goal is at. I guess that'll be up to you on down the road. But there is a pair of cattle that I like a great deal. It comes down to me to the two heifers out of classes 2 and 3. The peach-colored, white marked one here out of class 2, like we said, she won that class just from her genuine with the skeleton, her spread and dimension up high, and the power that she's got out of her hip in that particular lineup. The same holds true out here in this drive. I think that's a heifer that you really like for her expressive muscle pattern that she offers. She couples it with a real nice look, a good sound structural base there underneath her. You know, she gets maybe a little steeper and rounder there from hooks to pins than ideal, but still, that's a quality heifer. The gray one that comes out of Class 3 is a lot like her. Again, she's the female that just has the most turn, the most spread to her top in that particular drive. Real impressive in terms of her look and pattern and structural soundness as well out here. I'll give them one more look. If you would, put your hands together for these prospect heifer exhibitors, and I'll get you a pair of champions.
As we select our summer division champion over here in our Shorthorn show, I think we got 3 high-quality females to represent this division, heifers that offer some density of muscle and mass and bone, heifers that set down on a good foot, all 3 of them adequate in terms of their structural integrity. To me, the 2 heifers that combine that with some presence and look and balance are going to be the 2 heifers that come out of our second class. You'll be the champion in reserve. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Our intermediate champion Shorthorn female is going to be entry number 3281. That is LSF Cover Girl, a May 6th female sired by 1872 and shown by Grant Trevette, Jonesboro, Tennessee. Reserve will come from that same class, entry 4433. That is Shea Mirage 1523, a June 10th 23 female sired by Charmer and exhibited by Colby 6, New Freeport, PA.
Congratulations goes to entry number 5331, Carly Berkheimer, for exhibiting the champion junior prospect heifer, and reserve goes to entry number 1264, Kayla Lippert. for those of you watching, we are just holding on our junior prospect steer show to begin, as our junior is currently showing an animal in the Shorthorn ring at the moment.
Well, a real nice set of Shorthorn females, particularly in this top trio, because there's some give and take in them, and I think you can lay your preferences where you want and go ahead and line these up as you feel is best. But for me, I think the heifer that's going to win this class to me is the combination heifer, just in terms of balance. She's one that, as we set her in motion, she's adequate to me in terms of her ability to get around the ring and set that foot down. She's got some flex. She's good out through that front 1/3. And where she's got the true advantage over our second place heifer, as I read them, she's a rib longer. Maybe makes her look just a nickel shallower than our heifer that stands in second, but that length of hip, length of spine, and how she ties in through that front end is what puts her over our second place heifer. Like to mention the center third and softness we've got in our second heifer. I like this heifer as we set her in motion. She's fluid in her hocks and down at the ground. She's one, again, as I just talked, you maybe like to pull her apart or extend her from a front third back into her spine and into that hip, just to give her some more length of body, but one that's really sound at the ground and one that moves with a lot of balance. The problem heifer for me is the one that comes in third. I'd like to tone her back just in terms of her condition. I think that would help her movement and comfort as she gets about the ring. But there's one that's extremely long spine, one that's really dense in terms of her muscle shape and top, one that's got a lot of very robust in terms of the center third of her body. But again, she's not quite as comfortable as we ask her to go in motion as the two heifers that go in front of her. The white heifer, from a silhouette or profile standpoint, maybe goes to the top of the class. She's very striking, very sharp in terms of her lines and her look. She's one that's very angular from front to back. But for me, this heifer just is a little flatter in terms of her makeup and muscle shape and dimension. She gets a little flatter in terms of that rib shape and doesn't tie in quite as well right behind that heart, or right behind her shoulder and through that heart back into her forerib. And then the heifer coming out in the next hole is one, again, that's very robust and very big top type female. It's got some bone under her. She just doesn't balance up, a little coarser and through that shoulder and the point of her shoulder. And then the heifer rounding out the class is one that's got a lot of longevity and good to her. She's maybe just doesn't have that balance and overall look that we've got in the class winners ahead of her.
In our Shorthorn show, first place in class 20 and also early spring champion female will go to entry number 3539. That is MFS Ruby's Backdraft Girl. She's a March 23 female, sired by Backdraft and exhibited by Chase Monday, Hancock, Maryland. Second place and reserve early spring champion female is going to be entry number 1902. That is HP Cindy Beauty, an April 25th daughter of Omaha, TRN Omaha, shown by Peyton Davis, Emmitsburg, Maryland. Third place in that class was 4191, exhibited by Ruth Ewing, Kramer, Pennsylvania. Fourth place was entry number 2677. That is shown by Lana Miles, Jasper, New York. Fifth place was 3051, exhibited by Wyatt Harnish, Heston, Pennsylvania. Sixth is entry number 3160, shown by Lauren Jorowitz, Lebanon, New Jersey. We are now showing junior yearling females.
First class of the day here in our Prospect Steer Show, and I'm going to use this red and white one to go ahead and lead off. I think his structural soundness is going to enable this one just to offer a little more longevity in terms of staying correct on his feet and legs and making it to his end point. He too is the one that reads just with a little more grow, a little more length of body, a little more stature in him. I think at the end of the day, does he have as much shape maybe as the white steer right behind him today? Probably not, but I like his pattern, I like his build, I like his length, a little more ideal for me. The white calf, it's going to go second. This one is the big top, stout hipped one. It's got the most foot, the most bone. Just comes a little too coarse for me. You read him through his shoulder, down to his knee and knee to the ground. He looks a little too quick here at the end of the day, but his extra stoutness, that extra muscle pattern that he's got, keeps him here at the top half of the class. Black steer that's going to come out next in line of the young ladies, again, has some advantages in terms of just length of body, length of spine. A calf, though, for me, that just reads a little too hard back through that rear rib and flank. It's a little too straight off either end of that skeleton, but still, I think there's a little more shape. There's a little more power in this calf than the one we conclude the class with. Our young lady's white-bellied black steer that's going to come out here next. Real attractive through his front 1/3, real up-headed and high tying, and how that neck sits there at the top side of that shoulder. But I think today this is the one that's a little too frail, a little too flat, and a little too shallow for me to run up much higher. Nice class, good way to start off our prospect show.
Of our Prospect Steer Show. First place goes to Addison Wagner, second place to Ruben Knepper, third place to Taylor Hansley, and fourth place to Ruth Uwe.
Another good lineup here in Class 2 of our prospect steers. A real nice black one to go ahead and lead off with. I think balance, kind, look, presence, still with enough natural thickness and base width at this stage of the game, I think is adequate. Again, just this one's kind and his type. Easily work him to the top for me. I like the forerib. I like the rear rib and flank in this guy. Again, you get him out on the go, and he's fluid, he's athletic, and again, there's still enough shape, enough true base width in this one, I think, to make a nice fat on down the road for this young lady. The red calf coming out here in 2, I think, is the one that most likely rivals him in terms of being having some flexibility there at the ground. He's good looking up front. There's still enough power and enough mass. You know, he maybe gets a little steeper there from hooks to pins, maybe just not quite that extra look and softness in this calf and the one that we see to go ahead and lead off with, but a quality pair there on the top end. I think the young lady silver steer that's going to come out here next in line, again, this one does offer some shape. I think that's what keeps him in the top half of the class out here today. Gets a little tight in his spine, a little flatter through his quarter, but there is some spread and some dimension to his upper skeleton. I like his length of body. I like his overall extension. The young lady's other silver steer that's going to come next in line, one that's got some foot, got some bone. I think when you get in behind these cattle, though, these first 4, he's the one that probably narrows up the most for me. Just gets a little too flat and plain through the upper part of his skeleton, but I like him at the ground. I like his pattern and comfortable motion when he gets out on the go. The black calf that we're going to conclude with, again, this one does have some foot size, some bone work. To me, just maybe not quite the right kind out here today. A little more tubular in his rib, a little coarser in his joint work, but a real nice class of prospect steers from top to bottom. Congratulations to all those young ladies.
Back on the Shorthorn side of things, again, a quality class from top to bottom, especially as we get into this top trio of heifers. The young man's heifer that's going to win this does quite handily for me. To me, she's one that, again, we start at the ground, footwork's right, the joints are right. She sets down on a beautiful hind leg. She's got some angle from knee into her shoulder, ties in nice at the top of that shoulder back into a long spine, and then a heifer that's got a lot of shape and dimension, very robust through that center third of her body, and deceivingly a long spined heifer because she does have that depth and extra dimension through the center of her third of her body. Ask that one to go, she moves with a lot of comfort and ease. Really like the red heifer we put in the second hole. She's one that, again, matches our heifer and class winner just in terms of her overall shape through the center third of her body. She ties in nice behind that shoulder. Really big topped heifer. She's got some shape and dimension as we get behind her. When we ask this one to go, she's not quite as comfortable. Adequate for me, but not quite as comfortable off those rear 2. Doesn't offer quite the look and balance that we've got in that class winner, but an awful good heifer to stand in second. Really like the profile and balance we see in our third place heifer. I think it's a close between the second, third. You want to flip these 2, that's all right with me. But I think our advantage of our second place heifer, again, just is that length of spine and just how she ties in behind those shoulders into that heart, right behind the point of her shoulder. This heifer is just a little narrower based, still a heifer that's got adequate dimension, the one that just like to stretch out and had a little more length of body. Really like the maternal look and broodiness of this heifer coming out next. One that's good at the ground, one that's good in terms of her joint work, one that just gives up some look and balance to those 3 high-quality heifers in front of her, but a really nice long-spined, again, balanced heifer for this young lady. And then we get into a couple heifers that maybe just give up the balance and overall, 3 trios of heifers that just give up the overall balance and structural integrity. I like the boldness and density of the heifer we got coming out next. She's one maybe just gets a little more rigid in her top, right behind the point of her shoulder, not as comfortable as we ask her to go in motion. And then our white heifer, one that's a little too quick for me just in terms of her maturity and look, one that's not quite as comfortable off all 4 corners. She wants to get a little upright in that shoulder, like to give her a little more flex in through her hock, but a big, bold heifer with a lot of top and shape to her. And then young lady rounding out the class, a long spine, very feminine, maternal-looking heifer, again, just gives up some of that balance and power we've got in front of them, but a really strong class in this particular division.
Results of Class 3 in our Prospect Steer Show, Class 2. First place went to Hannah Bruneyes, second place to Emily Fritz, third place to Ella Fritz, fourth place to Riley Meisinger, and fifth place to Lennox Manross. We're now judging Class 3 of our Prospect Steer Show.
Results of Class 23 in our Shorthorn show, junior yearling females. First place and also junior champion female will be entry number 243. That is CF Max Rosa, 324. She is a January 26, 23 female, sired by Millbrook Tribute and exhibited by Baylor Cowden, West Middletown, Pennsylvania. Second place and reserve junior champion female goes to entry number 653. That is Midnight Perfect Queen, a January 27, 23 female, sired by Perfection, exhibited by Charlotte Holland, Gaithersburg, Maryland. Third place in that class is entry 2411, shown by Michaela Sugg, Alden, New York. Fourth is 3421, exhibited by Keegan McGrew, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Fifth is 4539, shown by Raylan Seibert, Washington, Pennsylvania. Sixth is entry 1228, shown by Madeline Gruber, Auburn, Pennsylvania.
Lone entry in our cow-calf class, but a cow that's good-footed, sound as she gets about the ring, she transmits that into her young bull calf. Again, bull calf that's got some footwork under him, some good bone structure, very fluid in his movement, and got some muscle shape and dimension. Congratulations to these individuals.
And our champion cow-calf pair in our Shorthorn show will go to entry number 2130, exhibited by Elizabeth Gilker, Saylorsburg, Pennsylvania.
Another good class of our prospect steers over here, and an interesting top pair. I think a pair of cattle that are better at the ground than their contemporaries, a pair of cattle that just offer a little more look, a little more presence within that pair. The young lady's black steer that I'm going to start with just hits me as one that's a little softer in his kind, through his center body, through the center part of his skeleton. He's a steer that still offers a really nice, unique look through his front 1/3. He's got some base width, he's got some spread and some dimension to his top. Nice calf to go ahead and lead off with. Interesting steer in two, and in terms of just presence and style and look out here, he's really attractive. Super high tying at the top side of that shoulder and the way his neck comes out. He's really, really good at the ground. I like the presentation that the young lady brings him to us in. You know, I just like to give him a little more rib, a little more body in this calf, but one that I still like a great deal. I think it's close there on that top pair. This one's just a nickel softer. I think, you know, he's one that you gravitate towards pretty quick. I do like his look, I like his length, and I like his soundness there at the ground. That's a nice pair of steers there on top. Young lady's calf that's going to come out here next in line does have a little more heart, a little more full rib, a little more rear rib and flank in him than the one that goes out right ahead of him. He gets a little plainer, a little shorter in his face maybe than the calf that stands right in front of him. Maybe not quite as unique just in terms of his length of hip and width to his pins, but still compared to his contemporaries, I think when you get him out on the go, he's the one that just reaches and fills that track a little better for me out here today. The Bronco-faced one that's coming out here next in line is another one that offers some look, offers some pattern out here in this particular drive. He gets a little straighter through his knee, a little more open there about his shoulder out here today. Maybe not quite the expression and power and turn to that lower hip and stifle that we see in a couple of the steers that go out ahead of him, but still a quality calf that I think's got a nice future. and then our steer that we're going to round out with. No question, got as much top shape and as much hip as any of them. To me, it just doesn't balance up quite as good. He's too bold in his shoulder, he's too tight in his spine, and just a little too wide track in there as he goes away from me. Nice class of steers. Congratulations to them.
Results of Class 3 in our Prospect Steer Show. First place went to Riley Brown, second place to Cadence Boy, third place to Kaylin Hahn, fourth place Caitlin Mitchell, and fifth place to Bentley Boer. We're now ready to select our Division I champion and reserve prospect steer.
On the Shorthorn side of the ring, we are ready for the selection of our grand champion female. In the ring at this time, we have our Lake Spring Heifer Calf. That is entry number 3467. Our Early Spring Heifer Calf is entry number 971. The Junior Heifer Calf is 3598. Our Senior Heifer Calf champion is entry number 5209. The Intermediate champion female is entry number 3281. Our Early Spring champion female is entry number 3539. Our Junior champion is 243, and our champion cow-calf pair is entry number 2130. Our reserve line stands as 3142, 3714, 2129, 2187, 4433, 1902, and 653. Ladies and gentlemen, could we please put our hands together for our champion Shorthorns?
Back over here in our prospect ring, we'll pick this first division, and then I'll take a brief break and let our judge get our champion Shorthorn. But we'll get through this division. A nice set of cattle in these first three classes. There's a pair of them that I think just hit me a little harder in terms of cattle that offer a little more presence, offer a little more longevity, just in terms of making it to that end point and making a nice fat steer. One in particular I think is just extremely youthful in his kind. I like his potential and his future look on down the road that he offers, followed closely by a second steer that has plenty of shape, plenty of look, and good sound structural base to go along with it. I'll get you a pair of champions. Let's give these prospect steer exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Folks, as we get ready to pick our champion female in the Shorthorn show and conclude our Shorthorn show, I ask you to give these exhibitors a round of applause for bringing you a quality set of cattle. Been very pleased throughout the day. I want to thank the Keystone and the Shorthorn Association for asking me to come do this. I've never been to this event. What I've seen so far is very impressive. Certainly enjoyed the ring help that we've had today and just the way you guys brought the cattle. I think quality cattle from top to bottom, cattle that have some structural integrity, cattle that have some mass and shape to them, some balance, and cattle that still have some look. I thought of it on the way out here, and typically don't like to talk political stuff as I'm judging or speaking to any group because it gets you in trouble, but since I'm in a battleground state of Pennsylvania and I come from Minnesota, I'll be around today. If any of you guys want to talk about the vice presidential candidate from Minnesota, come find me. I'll give you a little insight once in a while. So with that being said, a tremendous set of heifers. We talked about them in division. We talked about them in class. I think, again, a high quality set. I thank you for allowing me to evaluate these cattle. There's one heifer out here today that hit me pretty hard. She's an easy decision for me, and then we'll take a little time and get your reserve champion. Again, congratulations to all you exhibitors.
And we'd like to thank Mr. Chad Zender today for all of his help in the Shorthorn Plush and Shorthorn shows. Let's also congratulate him as well.
On the prospect steer side, our champion Division 1 went to Hannah Brennies, and reserve went to Riley Brown. Congratulations.
So congratulations on our grand champion Shorthorn female is going to go to entry number 243. That is CFX Max Rosa. She is a January 26, 23 female, sired by Millbrook Tribute, exhibited by Baylor Cowden of Middletown, Pennsylvania, West Middletown, Pennsylvania. And our reserve goes to entry number 971. That is ST Perfect Dream, exhibited by Jacqueline Thomas of Pikeville, Tennessee. She is a March 23rd, 24 female, sired by Perfection. Congratulations.
Could we please have our Shorthorn exhibitors please move all the way out of our ring so we can continue our junior prospects show? Thank you.
In our Shorthorn show, class 31, group of 2 females, we had 2 entries. First place will go to entry number 4807. That is exhibited by Turner Shorthorns, Somerset, Ohio. And second place, 3158, shown by Wyatt Harnish, Heston, Pennsylvania. Results of class 32, Breeders' Herd. First place will go to entry number 4805, exhibited by Turner Shorthorns, Somerset, Ohio.
Another nice class of these prospect steers. I'm going to use this young man's black steer to go ahead and lead off with. Again, hits me hard as being really long-bodied, really loose structured as he gets out on the go. He's a calf that, too, when he gets him stopped and gets him set up, has still got some look and some balance and some presence about him out here in the ring. A calf that you get in behind him, you're still not disappointed. There's enough natural width, natural thickness there to that steer to go ahead and allow me to get that one to the top and go ahead and use him to win. The silver calf that's going to come out next in line, I think, is maybe the heaviest muscle, the biggest top, stoutest hip steer that we've got in the class. He, too, is adequate in regards to his structure and flexibility when we ask him to go. He maybe doesn't tie it together in as neat and nice a package. He's a little rounder hip. He's a little more off there and behind his shoulder and a little bolder about the point of that shoulder. But still, I got to appreciate the thickness and the power in that steer to go ahead and keep him in the top half of this class. Young lady silver steer that's going to come out next, one that's really green, really immature. Don't mind that about him. He's got a good sound structural base there underneath him. He's long strided, he's fluid and athletic. He just needs to mass up, man up a little bit more. I think that'll come with time. His structure's always going to kind of keep him in the hunt. He couples that with a nice look and a good design. The Shorthorn steer that's going to come out next in line, again, long-bodied, long spine, bold-centered individual. I think out here today just a little more uncoordinated in how he handles those hind legs in regards to those first few calves that go out ahead of him. And again, just maybe not quite the stifle, the lower hip, the lower 1/3 in terms of power that we see in the steers that are right ahead of him. Young lady's Bronco face one coming out here next in line. He is a little bigger top, a little stouter hip. With that, though, to me, he comes to be a little shorter coupled, a little quicker in his maturity pattern out here today, maybe a little too straight and upright and angled to that shoulder. Cream-colored calf coming out here next in line, long-bodied, extended-made steer, probably a little better in the set to his knee than the calf that goes out right in front of him. He gets just a little too narrow-chested, a little too flat and disappointing as he goes away from me there from behind, just in terms of his base width. Our Shorthorn mark steer that we're going to round out the class with, another one that through the center part of his skeleton is okay and adequate in regards to spring of rib and boldness. Again, just a little too flat, a little too uncoordinated, not enough balance and kind in this one for me to get him up any higher. Nice class, good group of steers. Congratulations.
Results of Class 4. First place goes to Cole Fletcher. Second place to Raylan Wright. Third place to Aubrey Meisinger. Fourth place to Peyton Davis. Fifth place to Alexis Schenk. Sixth place to Connor Jordan. And seventh place to Lorelei Barnett. We are now looking for 7 entries in Class 5 of our Prospect Steer Show.
Interesting class here of prospect steers, and I'm gonna go ahead and hedge this red and white one to the top. I just like his kind in terms of his look, in terms of his presence. He's a steer that opens up with plenty of top shape, plenty of width to his pins. You know, I'll admit he could flex that hock a little better than what he does. I think it's okay, it's acceptable out here today. I like him in his joint work at the ground in terms of his ankle and his pastern. Just wish he could maybe utilize that hock with a little more flex than what he does, but still, I think his basic pattern, his look, his lines are just a little more correct out here today to go ahead and let him win this class. The black steer that's going to come out next in line probably does flex that hock. Young man, if you want to go ahead and pull that calf around for me. He uses that hind leg a little more ideal when you set him into motion, just in terms of the way I want to see it. He maybe doesn't have the depth of flank. He gets a little bolder about his shoulder and just maybe not quite as opened up from end to end in terms of true base width as the steer that we used to start. But I do like his structure. I like his flexibility when we get him out on the go. The roan calf that's coming next in line got as much shape as any of them. Again, just structurally, I want to change this guy at the ground. He's a little more restricted there in his ankles. Just maybe not quite as ideal in how he handles that rear hock when he wants to get out on the move. Black and white calf coming next in line. Practical, big-bodied one. Don't mind that. Gives you an easy feeding type of a look. Just maybe not as much style and eye appeal in this calf as some that we see. He's got a little more sheath, a little more throat, a little more chest to him, but I don't mind his kind. He's practical, easy feeding type of cattle. That'll make a nice fat steer, nice end product for that young man on down the road. The black calf coming next in line, again, really bold ribbed and opened up through the center part of that skeleton. Just not enough shape, not enough muscle to get that one any higher today. And then our red calf, white-bellied one that our young lady's got coming next, probably as long and extended as any of them. Appreciate that length of body, a lot of valuable cuts and some extra length. But with that, he just gives up too much muscle, too much bone, too much look out here today. Nice class. Congratulations to them.
Results of Class 5. First place goes to Lane Brenice, second to Luke Maurer, third to Taylor Hansley, fourth to Parker Jordan, fifth to Travis Sadowski, sixth to Abigail Smith. We're now looking for Class 6 of our prospect steer show.
Another quality class of prospect steers here, and I like the young lady's calf with the birthmark there on his back. I think you put these cattle into motion. He is really, really unique just in terms of his flexibility, his length of stride as he gets out and goes. A calf that's wedged in the right way in terms of being wide up high and still having some base width there down low. Just a calf that has a lot of look and a lot of balance. His length aside, I think, is second to none out here in this particular drive. Just so long-bodied, so extended, really reaches and fills that track when he gets out on the go. I like the red calf here, the black calf here in second as well. He gives you kind of a fat steer type of a look at this stage of the game. He's stout, he's wide, he's got some turn and some shape to his quarter and to his upper hip. He's a calf that does get a little shorter bodied. He's maybe not quite as got as much grow in him, I think, at the end of the day when you just read him from hock to ground. But still, I think length of body is what sets that pair apart for me. I like the extra length of rib in the calf that we used to start with. Young lady's black steer going to come next. I think he was first in, and he hit me hard initially. You know, not a bad calf, got some look, got some presence. He just doesn't maybe have that soft center body that we see in 1 and 2. Gets a little more uncoordinated, a little more rigid off of those rear two. He's a little shorter hip kind of steer just in terms of his length there. The Shorthorn marked one that's coming next, really stout, really powerful. Appreciate his foot, appreciate his bone. Again, just not the right kind. He's a little round, he's a little more rigid in his movement as we get him out on the go, just a little coarser in his overall makeup. The other roan steer that's going to conclude the class, really fluid, flexible as he gets out and goes. I think in this particular drive, though, he's just a little too flat, a little too refined for me to get him up any higher. Nice class of prospects.
After this class, we will be starting in the opposite ring for Division 3.
Another division here of our prospect steers. We bring these 3 class winners and respective seconds back out. A nice lineup. The black steer that comes out of that first class, I love that one's hind leg. I love the cushion that he's got at the ground as he goes to the surface. You know, of these first 3, he may be the one that just does get a little narrower gauge compared to the other ones, but his pattern's good, his length aside is good. There's some things to like in that calf. The red and white one that comes out of the second class, it's a shapely steer with some look. Again, just maybe doesn't utilize that rear hock with as much flex and ease as I'd like to see him out here today. And then our young lady steer that comes out of the final class there, I thought that was a good pair. You know, I wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to swap it around. I went for the extra length, the extra extension, just that youthful look that this guy's got to go ahead and get the upper hand in that particular drive with a real nice second that's got a nice fat steer look that's robust, round, and powerful. I'm going to keep those 2 together. They'll be champion and reserve. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to our Division 2 champion, to Alexis Shank, and reserve Division 2 champion is Hunter Flynn. Congratulations.
Nice pair of prospects here. A lot of different, or kind of some trade-offs between these two. I'm going to use the young lady's calf here in the blue shirt. Go ahead and win the class. I just think from a structural standpoint, this one's going to stay together a little better for me. I like his pattern. I like his lines. He's good in his top. He's strong out of his hip. It gives you a nice look when she gets him parked there. He's considerably more comfortable there in his ankles. He's better in the slope and the set to his knee and to his shoulder than the calf in second. The calf in second is a little stouter. He's wider pinned. He's bigger topped. He's got more turn to his quarter, yet he's still a little rounder in his kind. He's bolder in his shoulder. He's a little more rigid in how he goes to the surface there on those rear two ankles. There's some give and take there. I wouldn't argue with it if you wanted to swap it around a little bit, but today I'm just going to use a little better pattern steer. Go ahead and win this class.
Results of Class 7. First place went to Aubrey Meisinger. Second place to Mackenzie Heifer. We're now moving on to our Prospect Steer Show Class number 8. We're looking for 3 entries.
Solid trio of prospects over here. I'm going to leave them like they come to the ring. The solid black steer I'm going to go ahead and lead off with. Again, one just in terms of his look, in terms of his youthfulness, his structural integrity, I think are in his favor out here in this particular drive. Go ahead and use him to get him to the top. You know, is he the stoutest one in the class? No, but I think there's enough muscle there to kind of project him on out. I just think his kind is a little better for me out here today. The black and white steer that's going to go second does have more turn to his top. He's stouter out of his hip and probably has a shot more foot and bone underneath him. With that, though, he's a little coarser, a little rounder in his joint work for me out here today. Just want to maybe just tidy him up and see him reach and flex a little better than he does out of that rear hock. Then our Shorthorn mark steer that we're going to conclude the class, big-bodied, bolt-centered individual. Just, again, gets a little cresty, a little coarser for me there at the end of the day, not quite as flexible and attractive as either of the two steers that go out ahead of him. Nice set. Congratulations.
Results of Class 8, first place went to Lana Myers, second place to Trip Jordan, and third place to Lainey Mae Barnett. We're now looking for 3 exhibitors in our Class 9 final class of our Prospect Steer Show.
Last class of the day here in our prospect show, and we finally land on one that's really striking and kind of grabs you to him really quick. This cream-colored steer, really, really good. I think he's correct at the ground. First and foremost, he gets out, can motor, can reach and feel that track and push the shavings. A calf that's got a lot of length of body. He's stout, he's powerful, he's got some grow, a lot of things to appreciate in him. The pair of sorts 2 and 3, I'm going to use the young lady's white-bellied one to go ahead and go second. There's a little more shape in this guy than our steer that we conclude the class with. You know, you compare him to that class winner, he just doesn't have those intangibles in terms of being as much spread up high and as much just rear lower 1/3 dimension as the calf that goes out ahead of him. But in this bottom pair, he's still stouter, he's more practical, he's more pliable in terms of his base width. The black steer we're going to conclude, big-bodied, easy feeding. I don't mind him in regards to his structure. In this particular drive, just needs to have more shape, more power, be a little more opened up. But a nice class, real good one there to go ahead and win. Congratulations.
Highland exhibitors, we're ready to start the show. In our junior heifer calf class, we have Ashlyn Morelli with Howling Springs Lucky Lady and Joe Toth with Hawfield's Nessa.
Results of Class 9, first place went to Madison Gilpin, second place to Lindsay Lippert, third place to Gracie Holleran. We're now ready to select our Division 3 champion and reserve.
Real nice final division here in our prospect lineup, and I'm not going to run back through each one of them. I think there's an obvious class winner for me, and then it gets a little closer for reserve. I think I'm pretty comfortable landing on a steer that's got some look and some balance out here today. I'll get you a champion in reserve. We'll get into an overall in our prospect steer lineup, but if you would, give these young folks a nice round of applause.
Congratulations go to entry number 2046, Madison Gilpin, and reserve went to entry number 1922, Aubrey Meisinger. Congratulations. We're now ready to select our champion prospect steer.
Got a nice pair of Highland females here to start off our show, and I think some give and take between the two of them. The black heifer is going to lead off the class, a little stouter featured female, just a little more bone and foot underneath this one. I think she's got just a notch more stretch and length as you get on top of the cattle, a little bolder in her rib design. I'd like to make her a little more correct off her rear leg, square her up at her hock just a little bit, but I think, again, when you weigh totals, she's the heifer that checks just a few more boxes for us. I like the red heifer. She's got a nice look to her. She's very good kind of cattle. She gets a little emptier middle and just a little flatter in her forerib. Probably has a slight advantage in the way that she hits off of her rear leg compared to the heifer that's going to win the class. Just simply put, not as much of her in terms of feature and bone and stoutness and rib shape as we have in the black heifer. It's a good pair of cattle, some trade-off between the two. The black heifer's going to be first, red will be second.
Winning our junior heifer calf class is Ashlyn Morelli with Howling Springs Lucky Lady, and second place will be Hawfield's Nessa. And there's only one class of junior heifer calves, so those will also be your division champions. Next up will be senior heifer calves, Beshka Morelli with Howling Springs Forest, and Montana Medina with Beyond Hope Cosette.
Let's give these prospect steer exhibitors a nice round of applause for bringing out a great set of cattle. As we get down, I'm going to pick your champion in reserve. To me, it becomes pretty logical, the one that I like best out here to go ahead and win. I think it's a little more of a challenge for reserve, just in terms of trying to figure out the one that I like best. I think it comes down to a pair of cattle for me that I both think offer some trade-offs and have some things that I like. I'll go out and evaluate them a little bit more and get you a champion in reserve. But it's been a lot of fun working through this prospect show. My hat's off to each of these exhibitors. Congratulations to each and every one of you.
Congratulations to our champion prospect steer, entry number 2046, Madison Gilpin, excuse me.
Another good pair of cattle over here on the Highland side. We get into this next class. I like both these heifers. I think they're a little different in terms of the way that they're designed. Heifer up in the front is going to lead off our class. It really got a nice look to her from the profile. Really extended as you study her all the way through. I really like the way her neck sits up at the top of her shoulder. She gets out and travels with some comfort and some reach off both ends as well. Good construction to her hind leg. The heifer behind her might be a little more opened up. Perhaps as you get on top of them, but that one's presence and balance and structural integrity, I think, is really nice. It's a good heifer in second as well. Very moderate frame, deep ribbed heifer, probably just a shade more powerful as you get up on top of her. Study her out of the backside of her shoulder. That heifer's got a big hind leg underneath of her as well. She wants to run downhill just a little bit. She gets a little plainer up and through her front end as well in relation to the heifer that wins the class. I think that's a very nice pair of cattle that certainly have some trade-off between the two.
Congratulations to our reserve prospect steer, entry number 233, Hannah Brenneis. We're now ready to select our champion prospect market beef.
So winning our senior heifer calf class in the Highland Division is Beshka Morelli with Howling Springs Forest. And second place, Montana Medina with Beyond Hope Gazette. And those were also division champion winners. Now entering the ring is our intermediate yearling heifer, Colton Cross with Circle V Empress.
Single entry heifer here, really well balanced, really flat and smooth in her shoulder, and a neat look about her from the profile. Like her strength at top. I like the heaviness and structure that she has, and yet still props up with some balance and some eye appeal from the side. Like the freshness that she comes to us in. We'll see how she stacks up as we get her back out here amongst some competition, but quality female here.
Congratulations to Colton Cross with Circle V Empress for winning the junior yearling heifer class and division.
We'd like to thank Zach Butler from Tennessee for judging our prospect steer show, as he is selecting our junior prospect market beef currently.
Next in the Highland ring will be junior yearling heifers, and we did split this class. There will be 4 in the first class and 3 in the third class, and then a division.
Well, it's been a lot of fun working through the prospect market show over here. We had not as many numbers in the heifer show, but I think the quality on the top end was exceptional. We got into the steers. There was some more sort to do amongst those cattle, but as I worked through them, I was really comfortable with the pair that come out of there as well. And we get down to picking you a Supreme, and I'll be honest, I'm not sure if a guy could go wrong with either one. I like both these cattle. I think they're good stock. Regardless of color, regardless of breed, regardless of sex. I think they're both really good. The gray heifer that comes out of the market heifer show, to me, she could run in a breeding heifer show. There's a lot to like in her. She's big ribbed, she's attractive, she's got some foot and bone. I love her structure. She's stout and powerful. That's good stock, regardless of color, regardless of what you are trying to evaluate. There's a lot to like in her. And then as we get back to our champion steer, I mean, this guy's stout, he's robust, he's opened up, he's fluid and flexible at the ground. He's good enough looking for me in terms of just his length and extension up front. I think the guy's going to make an exceptional fat steer on down the road. He's presented well. Just a lot of quality here with these two champions. And like I said, I'm not sure if a guy can really go wrong with what he wants to do out here. I think, again, that this is good stock. So let's put your hands together for these champions. I'll go out and I'll get you a pair that I like best.
In our Highland class, we have Ashlyn Morelli with Howling Springs Donatella V, Margie Hartz with Melaleuca of Highland Spice, Montana Medina with FSH Daphne, and Montana Medina with Sky High Moon.
Congratulations to entry number 2046, Madison Gilpin, for exhibiting our champion junior prospect market beef, and reserve goes to entry number 5331, Carly Berkheimer. Congratulations.
Really a nice class of females here, and I think all four of them offer some good enough things that you can sure utilize. The heifer that wins the class, really a striking look from the side, one that's just immaculate in terms of the way that she's presented. Up through her front end, she's got a neat look. She's got some upper rib shape to her as well. Still moves with some comfort and some reach off both ends. I would square up in her hock just a little bit, and I wish she set a little square to the ground, but again, I think she reaches her stride good. She's got the most quality as we look at her in terms of her look. The black heifer to come in second is a little more stable as you watch her go away from you. Gets a little off in terms of her hip and doesn't have quite the flare to the center part of her body as the cattle on either side of her, but she's a little fresher, and I like the look that she has in relation to the chocolate heifer to come in three. This heifer's got a lot of rib, a lot of spring and volume to her. I like the cowiness that she has. She too is very agile in terms of her movement. Gets just a little flatter though as you get up on top of her. When you take her to the ground, she just runs out of foot size and bone work in relation to the extra mass that she has on the top side of her body. A real stout featured heifer to close the class. Maybe as dense and powerful and opens up as any heifer we've got in the group. She wants to get just in a little trouble for me on the move, wants to pull her rear leg together, doesn't get out and cover her track with quite as much flexibility. Good set.
In the Highland Junior Yearling Class A, winning the class is Ashlyn Morelli with Howling Springs Donatella V. Second place is Montana Medina with FSH Daphne. Third place is Montana Medina with Sky High Moon. And fourth place is Marja Hartz with Melaleuca of Highland Spice. We have another class of junior yearlings will be Margie Hartz with H&H Ava, Ashlyn Morelli with Howling Springs Creme Deluxe, Margie Hartz with H&H Zoe.
As we are waiting to begin our junior market cattle show, just as a reminder to all exhibitors, there is a chute on your way back to the barns that anyone who is wanting to participate in the carcass class, just stop there. There will be no shaving of any hair. It'll be done by ultrasound. Top prize is $500 and reserve is $250. So please, we encourage all of our market exhibitors to participate.
Another competitive trio here, but a pretty standout winner to me, in my opinion. And amongst this group, the white heifer here, and just in terms of structural stoutness and mobility, and still having the right kind of body depth and rib shape, needs to win the class. This one gets out and covers her track well. She's got a big hind leg underneath of her, strong in her top line, and to me, it just has the most fundamental width as you get up on top of the cattle. I think the next placing is close between these two. This heifer's not one to maybe show herself off quite as well. I think from a structure standpoint, though, got a slight advantage in the slope of her shoulder. The build of her hind leg is just a notch better. I'd like to see her a little wider base and a little more dimensional as compared to the cattle on either side of her. You want to swap that pair and say this one's got more to her. She definitely has more body and more mass. I like those things about her. Set her in motion. She's just a little too straight off the edge of her shoulder. Wants to kind of tuck her hind leg just a bit more. I like to see her sit down a little more stable. But you can swap that pair to get her extra performance and width.
Winning Class B of Highland Junior Yearling Heifers is Ashlyn Morelli with Howling Springs Cream Deluxe. Second place, Margie Hartz with H&H Ava. And third place, Margie Hartz with H&H Zoe. Coming into the ring for champion junior yearling heifer will be Howling Springs Donatella and Howling Springs Cream Deluxe.
Just the two classes in this division of Highland females, but certainly good quality. We really kind of had every different shape and size and color pattern as they got out here, but I'm pleased with these. We'd had the one heifer that didn't come back. She was a little cantankerous out here, so I think they elected not to bring her in. That's fine. It's a good group, but still I think we've got a heifer that needs to find herself to the top. This red heifer's got a really neat look. She's very attractive, really well balanced. She's going to be our champion in this division. Congratulations to her. You bring the black heifer over, and again, we talked about we like her depth of body. She's pretty functional in terms of her makeup. Maybe not some of the extras we found in that heifer that ended up being our champion. So I think as you compare these two, it gets relatively close between them. The white heifer, I like her stoutness. I like her body shape. She's probably just a nickel planer, but it is heavier boned. And then the black heifer, you know, we certainly like her look. She doesn't have quite as much to her. So I think it's a close pair between these two at making our reserve. The one that suits me second best, though, I like this black heifer to be follow her classmate. Congratulations.
Our champion junior yearling Highland is Howling Springs Donatella, and reserve champion is SH Death. Entering the ring, we should have a senior heifer, born September 23rd, 22, owned by Tristan Carmack, TC Loretta.
Real nice heifer here is a single entry, and I believe our final class, really stout, really got a good look, really cocky up through her front end, but still has something to her as you climb in behind the cattle. Like her substance of foot and bone, she's really clean in her line, yet got some rib and power. That's a very high quality female here in our last class. When she stacks up, she's going to be our automatic division champion. Good job.
And senior heifer class and division champion is TC Loretta. Next, we will have our grand champion female in the Highland division.
In our first class of preview steers, our entry number 3446 weighs 1120, and entry number 1930 weighs 1195.
As we get started with your farm show steers, a good first class. Some steers weighing in the 1100s. They got an end point coming up here in January. I'm going to use this black and white one to go ahead and lead off. A lot to like in him. He's balanced, he's good looking, he's got some shape and some product. You know, he needs a little more on him, but I think he's dialed in just about right for a January endpoint. Youthful calf to me that's good enough structured there at the ground. Real easy place to go ahead and lead off with him. The black steer is going to follow him in second. There's some turn to his upper skeleton. There's some dimension and some shape to his lower stifle and quarter. He maybe doesn't go down with as much authority and substance at the ground in terms of foot and bone. He's a little rounder hip, a little coarser shouldered, not quite as attractive through the front 1/3, but a good pair of steers to start off this show with. Congratulations to them.
In our Highland Drive, we have junior heifer calf winner, Howling Springs Lucky Lady, owned by Ashlyn Morelli, born April 12, 24. We have Howling Springs Forest, owned by Beshko Morelli, born 9/29/23. Circle V Empress is our intermediate yearling heifer, owned by Colton Cross. The heifer was born May 10th, 23. Our champion junior yearling heifer, Howling Springs Donatella, owned by Ashlyn Morelli. The heifer was born April 25th, 23. And our senior heifer champion, TC Loretta, owned by Tristan Carmack, and born September 23rd, 22.
On our junior market side, in our PA Farm Show preview, Class 1, first place went to Maggie Johnston, second place to Taylor Hansley. Currently we have Class 2 in the ring, entry number 395 weighing 1,200 pounds, entry 863 weighing 1,200 pounds, entry number 4559 weighing 1,205, and entry number 273 weighing 1,225 pounds.
Really a good lineup of these Highland females as we get them out here amongst our division champions. And again, not a lot of numbers like we've had in some of our breeds, but still I think the top end of it's been very competitive. Cattle you can take really anywhere, I think, and really do well depending on where you're at. Haven't had the chance to judge these in Denver, but I have judged them at a few more state and regional events. And obviously a breed of cattle that has a lot of notoriety and a lot of uniqueness to them. And I think a breed that certainly has a lot of value. These cattle are good. They fit together well. We're not going to go back and re-talk each one of them, but I think there's 2 or 3 of them that you can certainly get excited about and can get behind. But yet with that, there's one that's kind of a standout to me, a really unique kind of a female, this oldest heifer out of this last division. She's going to be our champion. Let's give him a nice round of applause. Very, very good female.
Champion Highland heifer is TC Loretta, owned by Tristan Carmack, shown by Colton Cross.
You get about reserve, again, you can make a case, I really think, for a lot of these as they get out here. But the one that hit me second hardest really has a captivating look about her, really a lot of presence, maybe not quite as stable on her hind leg, but still very good female. I like this young lady's heifer here. She's going to be our reserve champion.
Back over here in the steer ring, I'm going to keep these two colored steers here at the top end. I probably favor the silver calf a little more for me. I think he's a little better in his joint work. He's a little more flexible at the ground. With that, he's still packed full of muscle and product. He opens up out of the backside of that shoulder with plenty of squareness and turn to his upper skeleton. You know, you could set him down in that tail head ever so slightly, just getting picky, just kind of on his balance out here. He's got a little sheath to him, but that's a steer that's packed full of muscle. He's good looking, he's fresh, he's youthful in his appearance, he's good at the ground as well. To me, he best suits me in this particular drive. The peach colored steer that's going to come out next has got as much top shape and as much lower hip and stifle in him as any. Appreciate those things about him. He's a good looking high tying steer through the front 1/3, but he gets a little straight on both ends of that skeleton for me, a little coarser and kind of swollen in those hocks out here today ever so slightly. I think you loosen this guy up, set him back in his angles, it gets a little more interesting there in that top pair. The black steer that's going to follow him, coming out here in 3rd, another one that's not lacking for having some dimension and some spread through his upper skeleton. Again, just gets a little plain, gets a little coarser and a little shorter about his face and neck, and maybe just doesn't reach out of that front end as good as I'd like to see him, but still a steer that you have to appreciate with some product in him. The calf that we're going to conclude is a big-bodied, easy-feeding, loose-structured one, but he's the light-muscled steer that we've got out here in this drive. Kind of works himself to the bottom there with just not enough shape, not enough dimension. Good class of cattle. Congratulations.
Our reserve grand champion female in the Highland Division was Ashlyn Morelli with Howland Springs Donatella, our champion junior yearling. Now we have the cow-calf coming into the ring, owned by Montana and Medina, is Apple Hill Alisan.
Class 2 results. First place goes to Caleb Nolt, second place to Catherine Miller, third place to Casey Zirk, and fourth place to Hannah Staub. Coming into the ring now is Class 3 of our PA Farm Show preview. Entry number 2428 weighs 1265, and entry number 5324 weighs 1285.
Just one pair here to represent our champion, but a nice bull calf at her side. That's certainly got some balance and some look to him. And then the cow in her working clothes, but doing her job. She's got a nice coupon at her side. The cow has some femininity and some length to her. The cow gets out and covers her track well. So our automatic champion cow-calf pair, you don't have to tell anybody you were the only one. You're still going to get the banner, so that's good. Let's give them a good hand here as they exit. That'll be our champion cow-calf pair.
Winning the Highland Cow-Calf Division is Apple Hill Alisan, owned by Montana Medina. Next we have bull calves. Nashville of Storybrooke Farm, owned by Montana Medina. And H&H Finn, owned by Margie Hartz.
Nice pair here in this last class of our Pennsylvania Farm Show steers. I'm going to use the silver calf to go ahead and lead off. Again, I just think there's more red meat yield in this guy at the end of the day. He's got more turn, more shape to that lower quarter. He's more robust through that lower 1/3 when you get right in behind these guys. Does he need to set down with a little more comfort on those rear ankles? Yeah, sure. He's got advantages, though, in just length of body, overall base width, overall turn and dimension in terms of muscle and product. The black steer's fitted to the 9s. Appreciate that about him. He's a little more fluid in his movement, a little more comfortable there at the surface as he gets out and goes. To me, though, he just reads a little staler through that head and neck. You get in behind him, and he does disappoint me. He's got some top shape, but he really flattens and tapers down through that lower quarter. Just not enough power and mass in that lower 1/3 for me to get real wound up about him out here today. Nice final class of the drive. Congratulations.
Results: first place goes to Devanta Rarick and second place to Sarah Gruber. We're now ready to select our champion farm show preview steer. We're looking for 3 entries. Entry number 1930, exhibited by Maggie Johnston, weighing 1,195 pounds. Entry number 863, Caleb Knoll, weighing 1,200 pounds. And entry number 5324, Devanta Rarick, weighing 1,285 pounds. Our seconds from class 1 is entry number 3446, Taylor Hansley, weighing 1,120 pounds. From class 2, entry number 395 from Catherine Miller, her steer weighing 1,200 pounds. And then from class 3, entry number 2428, Sarah Gruber, with her steer weighing 1,265 pounds.
Really nice drive here, these farm show steers, and as they tell me, they're in points in January, and I think these guys are spot on to kind of where they want to be at this stage of the game. As we worked our way through these individual classes, the black and white steer that comes out of that first one, I think is just so youthful, so good balance. He's good enough there at the ground. There's a lot to like in that guy, definitely contender out here in the class. The silver steer out of class 2, you know, he wins that class on just muscle shape, turn and dimension to his upper skeleton and down through his lower stifle. He maybe doesn't have the show steer look or the show steer coat of hair on him of some other calves out here in the drive, but that's good cattle. You know, he's always going to hang with a high quality carcass in terms of having some muscle dimension. Not a bad calf at all. And as we get into that last class, you know, a pair of highly presented steers. I like the silver steer just in terms of a little more shape through that lower 1/3, a little more length of body, a little more youthfulness as you study him up through his head and neck. So quality drives and very respectable seconds. I'll go out and I'll get you a pair of champions. Give these young folks a nice round of applause.
In our Highland Bull division, we have 4 separate classes represented. We have a junior bull calf born March 29th, 2024, a junior bull calf born February 23rd, 2024, a junior yearling bull born January 3rd, 2023, and a senior bull born March 17th, 2022.
Just had the 4 bulls, so we brought them all out here. The gray bull that wins the first class, really a nice calf. I think he's made good. He's got some presence from the side, sound, structured calf, one that certainly has a lot of future to him. The red bull's really a big middle bull. He's got some masculinity and some ruggedness to him. Big testicled rascal as well, and you get around behind him, he's sure got enough width. Another quality calf. The bull here out of the 3rd class really got a neat look about him. A bull that's really strong in his top line. He's got some natural spread. I really like his security of his hind leg, the way he gets out and travels. sets down on his pastern and a great big foot, a lot of good in that bull. And then the big bull, real burly, big body kind of a bull, a lot of capacity and volume to him. A bull that's really thick as you get up on top of him. Looks like a bull in terms of his masculinity and his crest and his head. I want to change him just a little bit on his rear ankle. He wants to snap it just a little bit. We'd square him up on those back feet, but I certainly like that bull's kind really good. He's a bull that's still big testicled and motors well off of his front end. So really a nice set of these bulls. I think all of them certainly has some good and some breeding value in them. Today, the bull that suits me best is going to be the bull out of Division 3. He's going to be our champion. The big bull is going to be our reserve champion. Good set of bulls.
Congratulations to our grand champion PA Farm Show preview steer, entry number 1930, exhibited by Maggie Johnston, and reserve champion PA Farm Show preview steer goes to entry number 5324, Devonta Rarick. Congratulations. As a reminder, any and all of our market animals are welcome to exhibit in the carcass class. Just stop at the chute on your way back to the barns. For an ultrasound, top prize for champion carcass steer will be $500 and reserve is $250.
In our Highland Bull Show, in the junior calf division, the junior bull calf division, winning that division is H&H Finn, owned by Margie Hartz, and reserve in that division is Nashville of Storybrooke Farm. And our champion bull, grand champion bull, is Joe Toth with Trafalgar Maddox. And our reserve grand champion senior bull is Howling Springs Baron the Bull, owned by Beshka Morelli.
ready to begin our market heifer show. Class 1, we're looking for 2 entries. Entry number 2707 weighs 1085, and entry number 3010 weighs 1110.
Nice class here in our fat show. As we start off with these market heifers here, I'm going to use the silver one. Again, just a little more substance, a little more power in this girl. I think you get in behind these cattle, and once again, she's a little wider set in her pins, goes to the ground, a little more turn dimension to that lower stifle. The peach-colored heifer is really flexible, sound, and athletic. She may even have some advantages there over the silver calf that we're going to use to win. She does get just a little flatter through the upper part of that skeleton and down through that lower 1/3 out here in this first class. But a nice pair to get things rolling. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations, first place to Alyssa Slimmer, second place to Avery Pollock. We're now looking for class 2, entry number 353, weighing 1,385 pounds.
Just a single entry that could definitely hold her own with a few more out here to play against. But this is good stock. I mean, this thing is ready. She's squared up, bold behind her shoulder. She goes to the ground with a lot of substance and base width there underneath her. She comes in a moderate package too. She's packing a lot of product on a moderate skeleton. I think that one's really, really ideal. Really fresh still up through that front 1/3. Just a solid calf there here in this market heifer division. we'll probably just leave her right here and bring those first two back in. I think that's all we got for the Market Heifer Show. Get you a champion in reserve, but nice class winner, young lady.
Congratulations to Hayden Shoemaker for first place in Class 2. We're now ready to select our champion market heifer. We're looking for all three entries. First place from Class 1, Alyssa Slimmer, her heifer weighing 1,110 pounds. And Hayden Shoemaker, first place animal in the second class, weighed 1,385 pounds. And then Avery Pollock is our second place from Class 1, her heifer weighing 1,085 pounds.
Only 3 entries here in this Market Heifer Show, and so we bring them all back out here. But you know, at the end of the day, they're all quality stock. I'm not going to go back through and talk a great deal about them, but this is a good set of cattle. A pair out of the first class, you know, practical, good doing, long spine type of cattle. They're presented well, they're shown well, a lot to like in them. And then we get to the older heifer, and I mean, just so powerful, but yet fresh and good looking and correct at the ground. Really nice set. I'm going to use the bigger heifer here for champion. Follow her back up with the one out of the first class for reserve, but a really, really nice show for no more numbers than there were. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Hayden Shoemaker for exhibiting our champion junior market heifer, and reserve goes to Alyssa Slimmer. Congratulations. We will now be moving right into our junior market steer show. Class 1, we're expecting 2 entries. Entry number 1108, steer weighing 925 pounds, and entry number 993, weighing 995 pounds.
We're going to go ahead and start off with the red steer here in this class, in our first class of our market show. And again, products, what's going to sort it? There's more shape, there's more dimension, there's more width in this guy. He's good enough there at the ground. Got a nice look about him as well, just in terms of having some style and eye appeal. Easy place for me to go ahead and start. The black calf ties his neck high at the top of his shoulder. He's long spine. He just doesn't have enough shape, enough structural integrity to outdo the red calf out here today. Nice first class of the day. Congratulations.
Results of Class 1. First place went to Madeline Dooley. Second place to Ivana Biggers. We're now ready for Class 2. We're looking for 3 entries. Entry number 402, weighing 1,085 pounds. Entry 988, weighing 1,140 pounds. And entry number 3984, weighing 1,155 pounds.
Here in these lightweight steers, I'm going to use this Shorthorn marked one here directly in front of me to go ahead and lead off. Once again, just more top shape, more width to his pins, more turn to his lower quarter. He's the wider base calf, and I think out here is going to wind up with some advantages in terms of cutability when you take him to the rail as well. The red and white calf that's going to go next, a long-bodied, little bigger frame type of steer. He does hit me with enough body and rib. He's good in his forearm. He's good back through that rear rib flank. He's putting some condition on. Appreciate that about him. He gets a little flatter in his rib shape, a little frailer there at the ground compared to the one that wins. Our black steer that's going to round out the class, a more moderate calf compared to the one right in front of him. Big-bodied, easy-feeding type of look, gets around the ring, acceptable. He is the light muscled, narrow-based one, though, that we've got out here and kind of works his way to third. Nice class. Congratulations to all of them.
Results of Class 2. First place went to London Wright. Second place to Kayla Biggers. Third place to Gracie Smith. We're now looking for 3 entries for Class 3 market steers. Entry number 2297 weighs 1,160 pounds. Entry number 818 weighs 1,165 pounds. And entry number 3242 weighs 1,185 pounds.
Another nice trio of steers out here. I'm going to use this silver steer here with the young man with the good belt buckle showing. Calf that's just got a lot of product, a lot of turn, a lot of dimension to his top and to his skeleton. As we evaluate these cattle, he's got the most foot, he's got the most bone. He needs to be reassembled up front. But in this particular drive, I think you can kind of throw that out the window, sort this thing on structure, and he wins pretty, or on muscle, excuse me, and he wins pretty handily. The white calf is going to go second, longer bodied, smoother made type of a steer than probably either steers on either side of him. I do like his advantages structurally. He has that advantage over calves on either end of him, still needs considerably more muscle, more turn, more shape, but in a bottom pair of cattle that are both a little lackluster in terms of product, this is a steer that's just a little more correct in his angles. The Hereford steer coming next, big bodied, kind of gives you an easy feeding type of look. You get in behind him though, he's pretty flat, he's pretty plain, he's got some structure issues off of both ends of that skeleton for me out here today. Nice class though from top to bottom. Congratulations to all of them.
Results of Class 3, first place went to Raylan Wright, second place to Kayla Viggers, and third place to Lacey Lehman. We're now ready to select our Division I champion and reserve market steers.
Nice first division out here in this lightweight division of our market show. And again, I'm not going to go back through all of them. There is a calf that I think kind of stands out for just from a structural standpoint. He's good balanced. He's got enough shape. He's not the heaviest one out here, but still, I think just in terms of quality is where he works his way to the top. Our champion steer is going to come out of class number 1. Young lady, you'll be champion. If you would, pull him out, and we'll get you a reserve. But let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to our Division I champion market steer. Goes to entry number 1108, Madeline Dooley, and reserve Division II market steer goes to 2297, Raylan Wright. Congratulations. We're now ready to move on to Class 4, we're looking for 3 entries. Entry 927 weighs 1,205 pounds. Entry number 1635 weighs 1,220 pounds. And entry 274 weighs 1,240 pounds.
Nice class of these middleweights here, and a young lady's Hereford steer I'm going to go ahead and use to win. One that's youthful, he's attractive, he's got enough shape, he's good enough at the ground. I think he's the best balanced calf that we've got in this particular drive. Just a lot to like in him, just in terms of his look and presence and style out here in the ring. He's bold enough through his forerib and down through that heart. And you get in behind these cattle, and he's still the one that has more shape, more turn to his hip and down through his lower stifle. Shorthorn's going to follow him here in second. I think of our remaining pair, this guy's got a little more dimension to his upper skeleton, specifically right out of the backside of his shoulder. He's wider set in his pins. In relation to our Hereford steer that wins, he does get a little narrower there at the ground, a little plainer to look at, but a quality steer there to fit in the middle of the class. Our Hereford steer that we're going to round out with a long-bodied, extended one. Needs to be a little more comfortable at the ground, needs to be a little smoother, a little more youthful through the front one-third of his skeleton, and just mass him up, stouten him up a little bit there when you get in behind him. But a nice class. Congratulations to them.
Results of Class 4, first place went to Lily Barnett, second to Colin Dooley, and third to Hannah Staub. We're now judging Class 5. Entry number 4763 weighs 1,350 pounds. Entry number 1362 weighs 1,365 pounds. Entry number 3673 weighs 1,375 pounds, and entry number 5409 weighs 1,385 pounds. Just as a reminder to all our market exhibitors on your way out, if you would like to stop at the chute and have your animal ultrasounded and entered into our carcass class, top prize is $500, reserve is $250. There is no shaving of any of the animal's hair, so please take advantage of this contest.
Nice class of steers here. A real good set of them here, a good pair of them here on the top end. And I'm going to go ahead and use the young man's calf to win. And I think at the end of the day, to me, he still wins rather handily. Not taking anything away from the young lady's calf in two, because he's as good as anything that we'd seen up to this point until this guy entered the ring there at the tail end of the class. This steer's length of body, his length of side is second to none. He's attractive enough up through his front end. He's a steer that gets out and can motor but where I like him the best is out of that rear 1/3. He's longer hipped, he's longer stifled, he's deeper twisted. He's the softer rear rib steer in relation to the one that goes second. Just a really nice calf to go ahead and lead things off with. This young lady steer hit me hard initially when they come into the ring. Like I said, he's as good as anything we'd seen up to this point. He too is correct at the ground. He's probably better at the point of his shoulder than the calf that even wins, and he is more youthful as you study him up through that head and neck in my mind. At the end of the day, he's a little shorter coupled. He's not as soft in his rear flank. He's a little shorter hip, not quite as expressive through his stifle and his deep tying down through that twist as the steer that we go ahead and use to win. But those are your market steers in terms of shape, power, look, and balance out here today. Good set of calves there on the top end. The bottom pair is just as tough as the top, and I wouldn't really argue with you if you wanted to change it around. I guess at the end of the day, the steer that's just a little more comfortable in his angles and a little more comfortable at the surface is this young lady's calf going out in third. With that, he's big-bodied, he's easy fleshing. He probably has a little too much on him for me out here today. He doesn't have enough muscle to run with the two steers right ahead of him, but I like his structural soundness to go ahead and give him an advantage over the calf we're going to conclude with. The young lady steer in fourth, real striking, high tying, attractive, got a show steer look about him. He has some expression of muscle. When you get in behind the cattle, he's got some advantages in regards to cutability. He's too straight in his shoulder, too straight in his hock, not enough flank and depth of body in this one for me out here today. But a real good class. I like the pair on top. Congratulations.
Results of Class 5. First place to Aaron Parson, second to Kinsley Croshar, third to Peyton Coleman, and fourth to Bailey Kicker. We're now looking for Class 6. Entry number 2552 weighs 1,390 pounds. Entry number 2676 weighs 1,395 pounds. And entry number 3764 weighs 1,395 pounds.
Another nice class here as we get up here towards the top end of 1,300. And young lady brings us a good one again to go ahead and start off this particular drive. Real attractive, real square built. A steer that goes to the ground with some foot and bone and some width through his chest floor. I like him back through his depth in regards to that rear rib and flank. He's a steer that, again, you get in behind the cattle, there's enough turn, enough shape and squareness over down his top and over that loin edge Nice calf to go ahead and lead off with. The pair to sort is 2 and 3. The steer in 2's got no hair. He's slick. He looks a little frailer made. He's actually got as much foot and bone as any of them out here. You evaluate these cattle, there's a lot of muscle in this guy. He's big topped. He's got a lot of expression down through that lower quarter and that stifle. He's a little better balanced in my mind in regards to the steer in 3. He's better in his sheath. Better in his chest floor. He's a little more extended, a little more youthful about that head and neck. The steer coming out in 3, again, not lacking for some body. He's got some muscle. He's got some foot size and some bone. He's just a little coarser in his design. A little plain, a little shorter fronted, a little deeper chested. Got a little navel there underneath, or sheath, excuse me. Again, that was a solid class there from top to bottom. The close pairs 2 and 3. Nice class. Congratulations to them.
Results of Class 6. First place goes to Macy Fessler, second place to Hunter Hopstetter, and third to Johnny Gill. We're now ready to select our Division II champion and reserve.
Well, let's give this division here a nice round of applause. A lot of quality amongst these steers out here in this drive, and again, it's exciting to sort through good stock, regardless of sex or species or breed. It's always a lot of fun to sort through good ones, and you guys have brought some good ones here in this particular drive. Even the Hereford steer that comes out of that first class, it's got some quality, it's got some look, he's got some muscle, one that you can appreciate in those regards. I think as you step back into a little deeper water with some of these crossbred steers or black steers, it gets real interesting, and some cattle that I like a great deal. I'm not going to talk them a whole lot, but the calf out of that second class, just like we said earlier, his length of hip, his length of stifle, I think is unrivaled, and that still holds true out here. There's maybe a couple that are just a shot more attractive about their head, but that's getting awfully nitpicky on one that's got a lot of product and a lot of meat in him. Good second come out of that class. Real nice one there to come out of that last class as well. Just super fresh in its kind. Again, awesome lineup of steers. I'll go out here and I'll get you a pair. Give them one more round of applause as I pick you a pair of champions.
Congratulations to our Division II champion, shown by Aaron Parson, and our reserve Division II champion goes to Kinsey Krishar. We're now looking for 4 entries in Class 7. Entry number 3500 weighs 1,400 pounds. Entry number 4897 weighs 1,410 pounds. Entry number 3844 weighs 1,425 pounds. And entry number 3217 weighs 1,445 pounds.
Another nice class here as we jump north of 1400, and a good one to win. This guy's youthful, he's practical, he's really big middled and bold centered. He's huge footed and big boned there at the ground. You get in behind him, there's still some turn, some shape to his upper skeleton. I like this steer a great deal. We'll see him again here in just a little bit. The cream-colored calf that's going to go 2 is one that rivals him in terms of just muscle and product and overall power and spread. At the ground, he's not quite as comfortable there off those rear 2, down in those ankles and pasterns. Like to free him up, loosen him up a little bit there. He gets a little rounder in his kind as well for me, just on either end, but still that's a quality, product-driven steer there that's going to stay at the top side of the class. The black calf with the white sheath is coming here next in line. Again, if this bottom pair got a little more turn, a little more expression of muscle for me through the upper part of his skeleton, maybe not quite as neat and attractive as the 2 steers out ahead of him. The black calf that we're going to conclude with, deep-bodied, easy fleshing. Appreciate him getting to his end point. He's certainly got enough on him, and he just needs a little more shape out here today compared to those other cattle. But a nice class. Congratulations.
Results of Class 7, first place went to Hudson Fleener, second place to Keegan Mankey, third to Luke Maurer, and fourth to Isabella Klein. We're now ready for Class 8. We have 4 entries. Entry number 4592 weighs 1,460 pounds. Entry 3215 weighs 1,470 pounds. Entry 516 weighs 1,480 pounds. And entry 1347 weighs 1,490 pounds.
Nice class of steers out here, and these first three are challenging. I think there's some things, some trade-offs, some things you can do and where you want to lay your priorities. I guess at the end of the day, the one that couples the most good together for me is the silver calf. Again, I like his length of body. I like his freshness. I like his balance out here in the ring. He's the one that's probably as sound as any at the ground, yet with still plenty of muscle, plenty of shape when you get in behind these cattle. I thought this one won pretty handily. The close pair for me is 2 and 3. There's some trade-offs in these cattle. The young man steer that's going to go 2, I think, gets out of his front end a little more collected. He's also just a little more attractive up through that head and neck. He's a steer that's going to hang a high cutability carcass with a little more turn and real shape to his upper skeleton. Is he as deep-sided as a steer in 3? Probably not. He's a little lower in his pin set, but I like his flexibility. I like his advantages in terms of composition a little more for me out here today. The young lady steer in 3 is no slouch. A big-bodied, practical, easy-feeding kind of a calf. Gets a little more upright and angle to that shoulder. He's got a little more on him than may be ideal, and just gets a little short and plain about that head and neck for me out here today. And then our black and white steer, we're going to conclude the class with a bigger framed, longer body type of steer. With that, though, gets a little harder, a little more refined just in terms of muscle and shape and overall power here at the end of the day. But a nice class. Congratulations to them.
Results of Class 8. First place went to Sadie Poole, second to Colton Haynes, third to Marissa Graham, and fourth to Andrew Morris. We're now ready to begin our last class, class number 9. We have 2 entries. Entry number 3011 weighs 1,515 pounds, and entry number 4 weighs 1,540 pounds.
Nice pair to finish the day on, and I'm going to go ahead and use this black and white steer to win. I think he's just a calf that's a little fresher in his kind. He's a little softer in his rib, a little bolder through that heart. You get in behind him, and he's still got more muscle through the upper part of his skeleton and down through his lower stifle. The young lady's black steer here in 2 really gets out and utilizes his hind leg ideally when we ask him to go. He's not lacking for muscle, but he does have a little less than probably the one that we go ahead and use to start with. A little deeper in his chest, not quite as attractive through his front 1/3, but a real nice pair to round out the last class of the day. Congratulations to them.
Results of Class 9. First place went to Alyssa Slimmer, and second to Carly Yo. We're now ready to to have Division III come in for our champion and reserve.
Let's give these heavyweight exhibitors a nice round of applause. Really, really good set of cattle that they've brought out here to us. And, you know, these things are getting on up there in terms of weight, but I commend them for still keeping them fresh, keeping them attractive, keeping the structural base good and sound and functional underneath them. I think it's a real impressive lineup with some high-quality seconds there as well. So we start with a steer there out of that first class. I mean, this guy is just bold-ribbed and good structured and good looking. I think as you can make one, certainly appreciate all those things about him. A steer that is just really fresh in his overall kind. I think out here today, one that's unique. He's a little different than the two steers that stand right behind him. He's probably a rib shorter. He's a little deeper and softer and through the center part of his rib cage. I think you get in behind these cattle, and of the three steers that are in contention, he probably doesn't have maybe quite the shape and the turn to his upper skeleton that maybe you see in a couple that stand right behind him. But man, I love this guy's build. I love his body. I love his shape. I love his look. And I really like it when we set these cattle out into motion. There's a lot to appreciate there. The silver steer that comes out of that next class is just so long, so extended. He too's got a good running gear underneath him. He's super sharp and attractive. attractive up through that front 1/3. He's the big back, thick-ended one too that we've got in this particular drive. Is he as deep and soft in his center rib as either steer? Well, specifically the steer standing up front? Probably not, but there's plenty there. This guy's so long and so extended. He's good in his chest floor. Everything just balances up really, really well. That's a calf that I like a great deal. And then the steer that comes out of that last class, again, big top, thick-ended individual, gets a little crestier than maybe a couple of these other calves out here at the top side of that neck. Maybe not quite as much softness through his rear rib and flank as I'd ideally like to see, but still, that's a quality individual as well. And again, some very respective seconds that stand over there on the far side. I'll give you one more look. I'll go out here and get you the one that I like best today. But again, put your hands together for a real nice group.
Congratulations to our Division III champion. Entry number 3215, Sadie Poole. And reserve Division III champion went to Hudson Fleener. We're now ready to select our champion market steer. Just as a reminder, all market animals are welcome to participate in the carcass class. If you could just stop at the chute on your way back to the barn. Top prize is $500 and reserve is $250. Also at the completion of the markets show today, in the sale arena, there is going to be a fitting clinic put on by Weaver Livestock Supply. As our market steers are coming into the ring for our champion market steer drive, we would like to give a great big thank you to Zachary Butler from Tennessee for coming and evaluating our market classes today.
Well, as we get ready to wrap it up here for you today, it's been a lot of fun. I'm lucky enough to get to stick around and sort your open Supreme Drive here in just a little bit. But again, it's been a lot of fun to work through your market show as we started there a little bit ago with some prospect heifers, and we finally worked our way up to our fat steer show. It's truly been enjoyable and a lot of fun out here today. I hope you kind of follow along and understand what I saw in the cattle and just kind of go from there. It's always a pleasure to work with the youth. I appreciate Keystone for inviting me to come up here and work with you young folks and even through the open show. I know I've done more of the open shows besides this market deal, but at the end of the day, you get about 95% young people showing these things, and so it's always a pleasure to work with the young folks up in this part of the world. I've truly had a good time. I'm not going to go back through and talk these cattle again. I'll show you the two that I like best, but this is about as good a crowd as we've had all week, so let's put our hands together and give these steer exhibitors a nice round of applause, and I'll get you a pair of champions.
Congratulations to our champion market steer, Sadie Poole, and reserve champion market steer, Hudson Fleener. We're now ready to select our champion market beef animal. We're going to welcome back in our champion and reserve champion steer, as well as our champion and reserve market heifer. Sadie, we need you back in the ring. Our champion junior market beef went to Sadie Poole, and reserve went to Hayden Shoemaker. Congratulations to both.